Okay, Madam Chair, we're recording to both the cloud and webcasting.
Okay. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is January 14th, 2021. And we are meeting remotely via Zoom. Given the current pandemic, somebody has, I'm sorry. Is that in the background, Daphne, where you are?
Buenos
What was
días.
that?
Somebody has a background, a lot of noise in the background. I
Buenos
think,
días.
sorry, it's either Miss Loza in the background or Miss Sue. Okay.
I am muting my phone when I'm not talking.
Okay. All right. Sorry. We are meeting remotely via Zoom, given the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in the state of California. We have one matter on the calendar today, and I'm going to call that matter, and then I'm going to swear in an interpreter who is going to assist in that matter. And that matter is Occidental Cleaners, case number 6192-1 for a regular variance. And I'm going to pull up my oath for interpreters. And Ms. Loza, I know you've muted. If you could, I think the noise was coming from your end, so if you could mute and unmute, that would be great. But okay, so if you can raise your, let me just move this up. I need to be able to see things at the same time. Okay, if you can raise your right hand and I can swear you in as an interpreter. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will make a true interpretation to the witness from English to Spanish, and that you will make a true interpretation of the witness's answers to questions from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to ask who is representing Occidental Cleaners today.
Ok, vamos a empezar la audiencia. La señorita Julie Pralchak está representando al Departamento de Sur de California del Aire y Control de Calidad, y estamos ahorita llevando la audiencia en el caso del Occidental Cleaners, caso 6192-1, y viene concerniente a la petición de la variante o cuestionable. Entonces, queremos saber quién está representando a Occidental Cleaners a este momento.
Bueno, buenos días a todos y gracias por la oportunidad de escucharme. Mi nombre es Jeremías Va. El negocio somos dueños, mi cuñado Cruz Delgadillo y yo. Entonces, yo voy a representar hoy, pero también está aquí conmigo Alan, mi sobrino, quien es el que me ha ayudado en el soporte técnico y también en los documentos.
We're just looking for the name.
Nomás estamos buscando los nombres. Cuando le hagan una pregunta, solo conteste lo que le piden, por favor.
Muy bien.
Okay, so it's today representing Occidental Cleaners is Jeremías Baja, and also joining him is Alan, my nephew.
Please just spell his name for the record and tell us his position with Occidental Cleaners.
Que me puede deletrear su nombre y apellido para que conste en el acta y cuál es su posición con la compañía.
Ok. Jeremias, B grande AHA, y soy dueño del 50% de Occidental Cleaners.
Okay. So Jeremias, Jeremias, last name Ba, B as in boy, AHA, and I'm 50% owner of Occidental Cleaners.
Thank you. Who's representing the executive officer today?
¿Quién está representando?
Hold on, Ms. Sue, I had asked you to mute your microphone. I think your phone is muted.
Are you talking to the interpreter, madam?
No, I was talking to Ms. Sue, who's representing the district.
I'm sorry.
There we go. And who's representing the district executive officer today? We're not getting you on record, Miss Sue.
And I've clearly unlocked the mute feature.
You're now.
Okay, I think I'm on now.
Yes.
This is Daphne Sue. I am representing the district executive officer. Thank you.
Y que representando al distrito está la señora Stephanie Sue.
Okay. To begin with, I want to explain to Mr. Baja how the process will work today. And
Para empezar, queremos explicarle, señor Baja, cómo trabaja el proceso.
we are the hearing board of the district, and we are independent of the district. And I will introduce the members of the board so that he knows who he's speaking with. I am Julie Prusak. I am the chair and attorney member for the board. Do you want me to do it all together?
No, let's do it one by one. Thank you. Okay, yo para que voy a presentarle a los miembros de la mesa directiva. La mesa directiva, nosotros somos la audiencia, la organización de audiencia de la mesa directiva. Voy a presentarla a los miembros para que usted sepa con quién está conversando, pero yo soy el director, abogado director de la mesa directiva, y la mesa directiva de audiencias, en este caso, es independiente de la mesa. Y voy a ir presentándole a los miembros.
Okay. And with us also is the vice chair and engineer member, Mohan Balagopalan.
Y con nosotros también está el miembro, el vicepresidente de Mohan.
Balagopalan.
Se llama Balagopalan.
Palan, yeah.
Palan.
Also represented is our medical member, Dr. Alan Bernstein.
Y también el doctor Alan Bernstein, que es un miembro médico.
We have Senator Nate Holden, also a member.
El senador Nate Holden, que también es un miembro.
And Ms. Cynthia Verdugo Peralta, also a member of the board.
Y también la señorita Cynthia Verdugo Peralta, que también es un miembro de la mesa directiva.
Okay. We are going to conduct our hearing much like a court proceeding, in that we will place anyone who wishes to testify today under oath, under penalty of perjury. And we will also present each side. You'll have plenty of time to present what you want the board to hear today. And we and Ms. Sue will ask questions as well.
Vamos a llevar a cabo la audiencia bastante similar como se llevaría a cabo una audiencia en un tribunal, por medio de aplicar el juramento a todos aquellos que quieran dar declaración o testificar. Y también se va a estar haciendo preguntas. La señora Sue también va a hacer preguntas, y todo va a ser bajo juramento.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen right now so that I can let Mr. Baja know what are the findings we need to make today in order to grant a variance that he's seeking today from Rule 1421.
Entonces, hoy voy a compartir la pantalla con usted, señor Baja, para que pueda darse cuenta de cuáles son los asuntos que se van a tratar o que tenemos que determinar hoy para poderle otorgar la petición de la variante.
Okay. This is from the California Health and Safety Code, which sets forth the findings we need to make for a variance, and also the additional considerations that we will look for today.
Estos son los hallazgos del Departamento de Salud y Salubridad del estado de California que demuestra cuáles son los requisitos que tienen que llenarse hoy día para poderle otorgar la petición de la variante.
Okay. I'm going to go over them quickly, so that you understand what we're looking for today. The first
Voy a repasarlos brevemente y rápido para que usted esté al tanto de lo que estamos procurando obtener hoy.
Okay. First of all, we need to know that you or your cleaner will be in violation of a rule. That's very straightforward.
Que nosotros tenemos que darnos cuenta si su limpiaduría está en quebrantamiento de alguna regla o ley, la verdad que lo va a mostrar bastante obvio.
Okay, the second finding is where we will spend a good amount of time with your testimony and evidence today, and that is we need to find that your non-compliance with Rule 1421 was due to conditions that were beyond your reasonable control.
Que entonces la segunda parte, que es donde vamos a pasar la mayoría del tiempo, dando testimonio y mostrando evidencias de que su limpiaduría está en quebrantamiento de la regla 1421, las condiciones de la regla 1421, lo cual demostraría que está en una violación de la ley de una manera directa, lo cual se demostraría que está fuera de su control.
Okay, in making that finding, we need to take a few things into consideration. First, we need to look at the extent to which Occidental cleaners took actions to comply or seek a variance, which were timely and reasonable under the circumstances. And we need to consider actions taken since adoption of the rule. So the rule was adopted in 2002. So we're looking at what actions Occidental Cleaner may have taken in that time period.
Okay, la primero va a ser determinar qué acciones ha tomado Occidental Cleaners para poder cumplir con los requisitos para poder llegar de acuerdo o poder cumplir con las leyes, ¿verdad? De que era requisito, pero también en segunda parte también que ha hecho Occidental Cleaners desde que se adoptó esa nueva norma en 2002 para poder llegar razonablemente a poder llegar a una resolución de de las peticiones. Los problemas que están existiendo, los cuales se está pidiendo la petición, perdón.
In addition, because you are a small business, we will also be looking at any claim of not knowing about the rule and when you found out about the rule, as well as your financial and other ability to comply with the rule.
En tercero, vamos a saber cuándo es que usted llegó a darse cuenta, debido a que es un negocio pequeño en operación, que cuando se dio cuenta de la ley o los requisitos, qué hizo y más que todo, cómo le ha afectado financieramente para poder llegar al cumplimiento de esa regla.
Going back to the findings, we will need to find out the impact to your business if you do not receive a variance today.
Y también, regresando a los requisitos, vamos a querer saber cómo le ha afectado a su negocio el requisito si usted no llegara a obtener la variante que está pidiendo.
And we need to weigh that against the fact that if you continue to operate your PERC machine, that is a toxic air contaminant, and the effect it has on the environment and on the health of nearby residents.
Y tenemos que considerar el efecto que tendría el que usted continúe operando la máquina PERC lo tóxico del aire, ya sea en la área, en la comunidad, y los tóxicos que está desechando la máquina al estar operándola.
And to yourself and workers at your facility.
Y a usted y a sus trabajadores.
We also will consider whether there is something else you can do to be in compliance with the rule, aside from receiving a variance. It's called curtailment.
Y queremos también saber qué más se pudiera hacer o qué más puede hacer usted para estar en cumplimiento con las reglas sin tener que hacer el cambio mientras tanto, si se le otorga la variante.
And finally, we're looking at what you might be able to do to reduce your use of PERC as much as feasible.
Y también podemos considerar qué es lo que usted puede hacer para reducir el uso de la máquina PERC, ¿verdad? En su negocio.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I understand that this morning you submitted a document, and we're going to mark that document right now.
Esta mañana usted sometió un documento y lo vamos a marcar como elemento de prueba.
And that was a quote dated January 4th, 2021, from Dry Cleaning Equipment Repair Service.
Y eso era una,
Get your attention.
Yes, sorry.
era una cotización que recibió para reparaciones de la limpiaduría que está fechada el 4 de enero de 2021.
Senator.
Some of these questions are compounded, and they should have been answering along the way as you explained it to them.
Oh, I'm not asking the questions. I'm letting
I
them.
know there's some statements, some of them reflect whether or not you understand or you don't understand.
No.
The fact of the matter is that they're compounded.
Okay.
Okay. So therefore, they haven't said anything.
Senator, I'm not asking questions yet. We haven't opened up the hearing. I'm merely explaining to them what the 6 findings are for a variance so that they understand when we start the hearing what we're going to be looking for. I'm not asking questions yet. Okay. Trying to get through this because we have an interpreter. So I'm trying to make sure they understand what the proceeding will be like.
It may not.
It's being interpreted. I'm going to mark that quote as exhibit number 1. So board members, I hope you saw that was sent to you this morning by email.
La cotización se va a marcar como elemento de prueba número 1.
Okay. Moving forward, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask Mr. Baha for a brief opening statement. And this would just be a brief summary of his position today and what he's asking from this board.
Okay. Le vamos a pedir al señor Baja que nos dé una declaración de abertura, por favor, que sea breve, ¿verdad? En su posición de la petición que se está haciendo hoy, pero por favor queremos que sea breve.
But wait, before he starts,
Antes que empiece,
I need to swear in all witnesses, including Mr. Baha.
antes de que empecemos, necesitamos aplicarle el juramento, ¿verdad? A todos los testigos, incluyendo usted, señor Baja.
Okay. You can raise your right hand.
¿Puede levantar su mano derecha, por favor?
And that includes Mr. Baha, if the gentleman with you also will be testifying.
Y el señor que está con usted, señor Baja, también sí va a estar otorgando declaración.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Jura y atesta bajo pena de perjurio que usted dirá la verdad, nada más que la verdad ante pena de perjurio.
You do, okay.
Está cerrado su micrófono, señor Baja.
Ya, ¿me escucha?
Sí.
Ok.
Tiene que dejar saber si jura y atesta que la declaración que va a otorgar va a ser la verdad, nada más que la verdad. So, yes.
Okay, so if Mr. Baja would like to give a brief opening statement now.
El señor Baja puede dar una declaración. Quisiera dar una declaración breve sobre cuál es su posición. Pero breve, por favor.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos ustedes y gracias por la oportunidad de escucharme.
Y no hable tan rápido, por favor, que tengo que ir repitiendo y me va tomando espacios, ¿ok?
Sí.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for hearing me and giving me the opportunity to present my case. Continúe.
Occidental Cleaners iniciamos en mayo 9 del 2011. Esta Cleaners es de familia. Entonces, somos emprendedores jóvenes en este negocio. Desde nuestra llegada aquí a Estados Unidos, nos hemos dedicado a esto.
Ok, tiene que ser breve, nomás lo que está, la petición que está haciendo. So, Occidental Cleaners was started in May 9, 2011. It's a family business. It's a young company since the start of us arriving to this country.
Entonces, siempre hemos estado involucrados en este negocio como trabajadores y tenemos conocimiento de la regla.
We always been involved in this type of business, and we are in knowledge of that rule.
Nuestro negocio ha ido en crecimiento año tras año.
Our business has been increasing year to year.
Nuestras ganancias siempre lo hemos invertido nuevamente en otro negocio.
And our gains have always been invested in a new business.
Ya teníamos en mente de que íbamos a cambiar la máquina de PERC por uno de hydrocarbon. Teníamos en mente el presupuesto porque conocemos del negocio.
Okay, we already had in mind to change the PERC machine into a hydrocarbon. We already had the budget for it. Continue.
Lamentablemente no esperábamos de la pandemia en el cual nos vino a afectar drásticamente. Entonces los ahorros que teníamos los tuvimos que gastar en pagar renta y otros biles que se nos acumularon.
So unfortunately, we didn't have in mind, what was going to be happening about the pandemic. And due to the fact we had to use the savings we had accumulated, we had to use it for other reasons, such as rent and bills that became accumulated. Sorry.
Entonces, lo que solicitamos de favor es que nos den un periodo de tiempo de 11 meses. Vemos que con el avance de que la pandemia se vaya, podemos reacomodar nuestra economía y ya comprar una nueva máquina.
So what we're requesting is for a period of 11 months. So as the pandemic and the circumstances advance and get better, we will be able to adjust our budget to be able to buy a new machine.
La máquina de dry clean es el motor y es el corazón del negocio y estamos seguros de que con eso podemos salir adelante. Lo único que necesitamos es una pequeña ayuda en estos momentos difíciles.
Okay, the machine is the heart or motor of the business. So all we basically requesting is time and a little bit of help, for us to adjust and continue with the business.
Thank you. And we'll come back, Mr. Baja, for whatever else he'd like to tell us, but I'm going to turn to Ms. Sue for her opening.
Ok, gracias. Vamos a proseguir con la señora Sue para que nos dé su declaración.
Thank you. Ms. Sue.
Good morning. We thank Mr. Baja for his time this morning.
Gracias, le damos gracias, señor Baja, por su tiempo.
We understand that COVID has had an extremely negative effect on dry cleaning businesses.
Estamos al tanto que la pandemia ha tenido un efecto bastante fuerte en los negocios de limpiadurías.
This facility in its petition has provided information on the severe decline in income on its business.
La posición se ha otorgado el declive del estado financiero de este negocio.
You have said that you were on track to save enough money for a non-perk machine and comply with Rule 1421.
Usted mencionó que usted había estado ahorrando suficiente dinero para poder cumplir y comprar una nueva máquina de acuerdo con la ley 1421.
The district would like to hear about the facility's plan pre-COVID to save enough money for the machine this past year.
La audiencia quiere saber cuál era su plan antes de la pandemia de COVID para poder juntar el suficientemente dinero y comprar la máquina. ¿Qué es lo que estaba haciendo antes para comprar la máquina?
The district would also like to learn whether the facility has identified a machine for purchase and if it has inquired about any financing options, including grant funds.
Ok, entonces los miembros quieren saber también qué había hecho en cuanto a poder encontrar una máquina, si ya había localizado una, que había hecho sobre el requisito de compra, las opciones en cuanto a financiamiento o si necesitaba algún tipo de beneficio que le permitiera poder comprar la máquina.
And just let me interrupt for one moment. Again, this is still Ms. Sue's opening statement on behalf of the district. So it's not time yet to answer those questions. She's just letting you know this is what she's looking for in testimony.
Okay. Y nomás quiero dejarles saber que esta es la declaración de apertura de la señora Sue. No le está haciendo preguntas, sino que esos son los problemas que ella va a traer a la atención durante la audiencia.
Please proceed, Ms. Sue.
Sigue adelante.
And we have an engineer available to testify if necessary.
Tenemos un ingeniero presente para que pueda otorgar declaración en caso que sea necesario.
Thank you very much.
Y gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Baja, I'm going to turn back to you if you'd like to present additional information that you want the board to know.
Señor Baja, le vamos a traer la atención una vez más a usted. Si usted tiene alguna información adicional que quiera presentar, que quiera presentarle a la mesa directiva.
Sí, antes de la pandemia, nosotros veníamos en crecimiento, teníamos buenas relaciones con nuestro banco de préstamos y el ahorro de que le hablaba era para dar el down payment de la máquina que ya teníamos en mente en comprar.
Okay, so yes, before the pandemic, we were in a good relationship with our bank. We were looking into a loan. The savings that I was talking about, it was to give the down payment in order to achieve the machine.
Nosotros siempre hemos tenido buena relación con la compañía que vende la máquina porque uno de los vendedores es nuestro mecánico de confianza del dry cleaning. Entonces,
Okay. Continúe.
Entonces ya sabíamos cuánto iba a ser el costo y de la forma en que íbamos a a integrar esa máquina a nuestro negocio.
So we were aware of the excuse me, interpreter. Before regarding the machine, we were already aware of the type of machine. We had been in communication with the vendor due to the fact that the mechanic that repairs our machine represents that company, and we were aware of the cost and how we were going to be acquiring the machine.
Entonces, todo estaba ya planeado en nuestra mente porque hemos sido unas personas trabajadoras desde el inicio. Entonces, esto cambió todo. De la forma que hemos sobrevivido ahorita es haciendo el trabajo nosotros mismos con la experiencia que tenemos.
Okay, so everything was already on the works. We already knew exactly what we needed to do in order to acquire it. Everything, the circumstances changed the whole situation. We had to do the work ourselves because of the experience that we have, and everything just changed.
Anything else that he wishes to say before I turn it over to questions from Ms. Sue and the board?
¿Algo más que quiera añadir sobre las circunstancias antes de darle la palabra a la señorita Sue y a los miembros de la mesa directiva?
Pues, no sé
Ahorita
si...
la señora Sue le va a hacer más preguntas.
Ok.
It's okay.
Oh, he wants to turn it over to questions. Okay. Ms. Sue, questions for Mr.
You mentioned that a down payment would be required. How much is this down payment for the machine?
Que usted mencionó que se requería un pago inicial para poder comprar la máquina. ¿De qué cantidad se está hablando como pago inicial?
Nosotros teníamos en mente dar un down payment de $10,000 a $15,000 de down payment para que así nuestros pagos mensuales fueran más bajos.
We had in mind to give a down payment of $10,000 to $15,000 in order to have low payments.
Have you spoken to any banks about financing the entire machine?
¿Ha hablado con algún banco sobre la posibilidad de financiar la máquina completamente?
Nuestro banco de financiamiento siempre ha sido US Bank, mas sin embargo, en estos momentos no calificamos con ellos, pues porque nos atrasamos nuestros pagos de otras deudas que tenemos.
Okay, well, unfortunately, yes, our bank is US Bank. Unfortunately, right now, we don't qualify due to the fact that we fell behind in payments on other debts.
So how much money now will you need to save before purchasing a machine?
¿Cuánto dinero tiene que ahorrar al momento para poder comprar otra máquina?
Es una pregunta muy difícil porque ahorita lo importante es salir de donde estamos, pagar las deudas que tenemos para que así seguir trabajando. Si tuviéramos esta máquina, de ahí podríamos generar el dinero para avanzar con las deudas y de ahí retomar el camino. Entonces, ya al no tener deudas, habría más posibilidades que un banco nos preste dinero para la máquina.
Okay, right now, it's a very difficult question because the fact that we fell behind on our debts, we are trying right now, what we're trying is very much is to come ahead with our debt in order, because the machine actually would help us generate more money that would allow us to generate more monies to pay our debts. However, because of the fact that we are behind on our debts right now, we're not able to get financing.
Okay. Are you still planning on saving between $10,000 to $15,000 before purchasing a machine?
¿Todavía planea ahorrar entre 10 y 15 mil dólares para poder comprar la máquina?
No, porque ahorita buscaríamos otro sistema de financiamiento que nos dieran zero down payment y ya de ahí pues sería un poco más cómodo, aunque la deuda sería más grande, pero si tenemos la máquina de PERC ahorita, eso nos va a ayudar para salir a flote.
No, right now we're looking into the other options of financing, hopefully with a 0% down, even though the payment, excuse me, would be higher. However, if we have the machine, the new machine, that would allow us to generate more money, that hopefully we can you know, afford to make the payments.
Sorry, Jeremias, my uncle, he actually meant if having our current PERC machine would help us generate more as we save or as we catch up with our debt and can move forward.
Can you just, for the record, can you just state your name so that we know who you are? And
Yes.
obviously speak English, and you might have filled out the very well stated petition. Did you help with that?
Yeah, I helped translate their statements. Yeah, my name is Alan Delgadillo.
Can you just spell that name, please?
Yeah, ALAN space DELGADIO.
Okay, and that's Delgadillo?
Yes, Delgadillo. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Delgadillo, you took the oath today, is that correct? And do you have a position with Occidental Cleaners?
You know, it's a lot of support with technology and translation, informal translation. So those are really my informal responsibilities.
Okay, thank you for jumping in and helping. So if there is a point where you feel that the interpretation is not coming through correctly, since you did take the oath, just if you want to just let us know, that would be.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We appreciate Ms. Losa's translation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bernstein, you had something?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to note that if I go off camera, I am still in attendance of the hearing.
Yes. Okay, so thank you for the public's notice. Okay, Ms. Sue, I'm sorry I interrupted.
There was a document that was marked as an exhibit. Could you explain what this document is?
Okay, I will, and just to clarify, this still for Mr. Ba, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Señor Ba, hubo un elemento, perdón, hubo una declaración que se otorgó como elemento de prueba número 1. ¿Me quiere explicar qué es este documento que usted sometió?
Este es el estimado para comprar una nueva máquina de hydrocarbon, el cual es la que nos gustaría reemplazar nuestra máquina en 11 meses, si ustedes nos dieran esta oportunidad.
Okay, that would be an estimate in order to buy a new machine, hydrocarbon, and that's what we would like to acquire in about 11 months if you were to give us the opportunity.
Will you be asking for additional quotes from other vendors?
¿Va a pedir otras cotizaciones de otros vendedores?
No, porque el que conocemos es ya nuestro hombre de confianza, nos ha vendido otro tipo de máquinas y el cual que hemos trabajado de la mano y el cual también estamos agradecidos con él porque nos ha apoyado también.
No, because the vendor that we are considering getting it from, it's a trustworthy person. We work with him. Along with him, we have acquired other machines and he repairs our machines. It's someone that we trust very much and we have worked along with him.
Last year in the month of December, how many pounds of clothing did you run through your perk machine?
Después del mes de septiembre, ¿cuántas libras de ropa tuvo que pasar usted a través de la máquina perk?
Después del mes de diciembre o no, ¿qué mes?
I'm sorry, what month did you say?
Yeah, in December 2020.
December 2020, clarifying for the interpreter?
Yes.
Después de diciembre del 2020.
O sea, no entiendo la pregunta. O sea, quiere decir que de enero 21 a esta fecha, al día de hoy.
I don't understand the question. So are you talking about from January 2021 until today?
No, in the month of December 2020, for that 1 month, how many pounds of clothes did the dry cleaner clean using their perk machine?
No, en el mes de diciembre. En el mes de diciembre del 2020, ¿cuántas libras de ropa pasó usted a través de la máquina de perk durante el mes de diciembre?
Ok, todo el mes de diciembre procesamos como unos déjame procesar porque fueron como unos 500 libras a la semana, entonces unas 2,000 libras al mes.
Okay, so through December, it would be maybe approximately 500 pounds per week. So I would say about 2,000 pounds for December.
Okay. At that monthly rate, will the cleaner be able to save money in order to pay down the debt and get a new non-perk machine?
Okay, a ese índice de trabajo, por tasa de trabajo, ¿diría usted que va a generar suficientemente dinero para poder pagar sus deudas y poder conseguir la nueva máquina que es de no perk?
Afortunadamente, los meses peores fueron de marzo, abril, mayo, y de ahí fue ya incrementando poco a poco. En el mes de noviembre, diciembre vimos un incremento, el cual nos da la esperanza de que si sigue así, sí vamos a hacer todo lo posible.
Okay, unfortunately, months of March, April, May were the worst months. In November, December, we did see an increase, and our hope is that if it continues to go this way, we will be able to do so, and that's our hope.
Have you inquired with banks besides U.S. Bank for possible financing?
¿Ha procurado otros bancos aparte del banco US sobre la posibilidad de conseguir financiamiento con algún otro banco?
No, ahorita no. Solicitamos algunos préstamos con algunas organizaciones, pero lamentablemente no calificamos. Y como también nuestro payroll, nuestros trabajadores están descansando, no hemos calificado para ninguna otra ayuda.
No, we did seek some loans, but unfortunately we did not qualify. We haven't really looked into other financing. Also because our payroll, a lot of our employees right now are laid off. So we really haven't qualified or sought any other financing.
Yes, if I may add, yeah, to clarify, we applied for SBA loans, so also nonprofit organization loans and local city and nonprofit organization grants. Unfortunately, our business has not been able to receive any from any of the loan or grant providers.
Which nonprofits did you seek funds from?
Yeah, we reached out to so it was the SBA, the PPE. There was also Pacific Community Ventures for the loan managed by the iBank of California. There was the Economic Workforce Department, local city loans that were given. There was also the LA COVID grant fund that was also given locally. There was also grants given by LISC. It's a nonprofit organization that managed 2 rounds, one by Verizon Wireless and another by Lowe's. We couldn't get anything from 5 rounds. That one had 5-6 rounds. The local city one had 5-6 rounds. Unfortunately, we weren't able to receive anything. And I think those are all the loans and grants that we applied for.
You said that you needed to lay off some of your employees. How large was your workforce before, and how large is it now?
Que usted mencionó que tuvo que descansar a algunos de sus empleados. ¿Cuánto era su grupo de trabajo? ¿Cuántos eran antes y cuántos son hoy?
Ok, descansamos a 5, éramos 14, entonces nomás estamos ahorita en familia. En el negocio principal estoy yo, mi cuñado Cruz Delgadillo, mi hermana y mi hija.
Denos el número, no los nombres, por favor.
¿Cuántos son?
Ahorita estamos trabajando 9 personas.
Okay, so we were 14. I laid off 5. And right now we're only working a family member, which is 9 people.
Okay.
Tiempo completo, ¿no?
Time.
In 2019, how many gallons of PERC did the facility use?
En el 2019, ¿cuántos galones de PERC usó la compañía?
Ok, siempre está. Usamos como unos 2019 fue un año ocupado, usamos como 40 galones de PERC.
In 2019, it was busy, so we used about 40 gallons of PERC.
Okay. And in 2020, do you know how many gallons of PERC the facility used?
Y en 2020, ¿sabe cuántos galones se usaron de PERC?
Muy poco, porque todavía tenemos de lo que sobró, y el procedimiento de la máquina de PERC tiene un procedimiento de reciclar el solvente.
Okay, 2020 was very little. We still have some leftover. And the particular PERC machine has a way to recycle the solvent.
Yeah, sorry if I may add. What he also said is that that they're still using the solvent that they had left over from 2019. That's what they use in 2020.
So did you purchase 20 gallons for 2019 and it's still being used in 2020?
¿Usted compró 20 galones en el 2019 y todavía los usaron en el 2020? ¿Es lo que quiere decir?
El sistema que trabaja esta máquina es que recicla. Entonces, de lo que sobró 2018, en el 2019 solamente completamos. Sí compramos otros 20 galones para mantener los tanques.
Okay, like I mentioned, you know, the machine has a recycling system. So we use what we bought in 2018 and into 2019.
Oh.
We did buy 20 extra gallons in order to keep the tanks going.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear. So in 2020, no additional PERC was purchased. Is that correct?
Más quiero aclarar, en el 2000, I clarify in 2020, you said, right? En el 2020 no se compró más de líquido en el 2020?
No.
No.
Will you need to, assuming the variance is granted, will you need to purchase additional perk to keep your machine running?
Okay. Asumiendo que se le otorgue la variante que está de la petición, diría usted que va a tener que comprar más perk para que pueda continuar operando.
Sí, si ustedes nos dan la oportunidad de otros 11 meses, necesitaríamos comprar otros 15 a 20 galones para llegar a completar 2021.
Yes, if we were to be granted, the variance were to be granted, we would need to buy maybe 15, 20 more gallons in order to close 2021.
In January 2021, have you operated your perk machine?
En enero de 2021, ¿ha operado usted la máquina de perk?
No, tenemos otra tienda en el cual tenemos una máquina de hydrocarbon. El problema es que está distante de nuestro local principal y nos ha sido muy difícil transportar la ropa.
No, we have a second store that has a hydrocarbon machine. Unfortunately, it's very far from our primary location, so it's very difficult to transport the clothing.
Y una de las cosas, en nuestra tienda principal, Occidental Cleaners, ofrecemos el servicio rápido, el cual nos ha ayudado a crecer para darle servicio rápido a los clientes, como a policías, oficiales de tráfico, sheriff y a la comunidad.
And in our location at Occidental Cleaners, we offer the fast turnaround type of service where it's allowing us to service fire department, sheriff's department, police department, because of that opportunity we give them to have the fast turnaround.
How far is the second location from the Occidental Cleaners location?
¿Qué tan lejos está el segundo local de Occidental Cleaners? ¿Qué distancia?
Unas 4 millas.
About 4 miles.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions from me at this time.
Okay, muchas gracias. No tengo más preguntas para usted en este momento.
Thank you. I'd like to just follow up on that second location. The question is, so since the beginning of January, you have been bringing all of the cleaning to your second location 4 miles away?
Okay, tengo una pregunta sobre el segundo local. Desde enero, ¿usted ha estado trayendo toda la ropa al segundo local para hacer la limpieza de ellos?
Así es.
That's correct.
Well, first of all, we're happy to hear that you are staying in compliance for this year, and we applaud that.
Okay, primero queremos, felicitarlo por mantenerse en cumplimiento de las reglas en este año y queremos aplaudirle por ello.
Are you able then to take the capacity for this store, this Occidental Cleaners, and clean it? I just want to know capacity-wise that you have the ability to clean the clothing that comes in through Occidental, through the hydrocarbon machine.
Que tiene la capacidad de limpieza que se lleva, por ejemplo, de Occidental Cleaner, tiene la capacidad en este otro local para poder llevar a cabo la limpieza el volumen en el otro local.
Sí, es una, en este otro local tenemos una máquina de hydrocarbon de 60 libras. Antes de la pandemia estábamos muy ocupados, en el cual tuvimos que abrir este otro local.
In this, the second location, we have a 60-pound hydrocarbon machine. Before the pandemic, we were very, very busy. That's the reason why we had to, we opened the second location.
Can you explain why you have a compliant hydrocarbon machine at the second location, but not at the Occidental location?
¿Puede explicarme por qué usted tiene una máquina que llena, que cumple el requisito en el segundo local y no en la primera?
Porque estábamos conscientes de que, de que ya teníamos que usar otro tipo de máquina. Entonces, hace 3 años y medio, cuando abrimos el otro local, fue por eso que optamos por hydrocarbon. Y
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, because we were aware that we needed to comply with the new regulations. So 3.5 years when we opened the new location, we opted to go with the hydrocarbon machine.
So that's a newer location, is that correct?
Es un local más nuevo.
ese es el local más nuevo, y entonces veníamos avanzando, veníamos creciendo, y el siguiente paso era cambiar el de PERC por otro de hydrocarbon en el otro local.
Yes, we were growing as a business, and so our main goal was to change the or bring a new hydrocarbon machine to the old location.
Excellent. The next question I have is, well, let me step back and explain. We've heard a number of variance requests from many dry cleaners, such as yourself, and we have attempted to be very consistent in applying the findings and also any variances that we grant.
Okay, hemos escuchado o tenemos varias repeticiones de diferentes limpiadurías, tales como la de usted. Tratamos de mantener una consistencia entre todos para poder otorgar la variante que se está pidiendo.
Both the length of time that you're asking for today and also the amount of clothing that you're looking to process in that time is far greater than what we have been able to grant to other dry cleaners.
Tanto el espacio de tiempo que usted está pidiendo y la cantidad de ropa que está pidiendo para poder procesar en ese periodo de tiempo es mucho mayor de lo que nosotros podemos otorgar en lo que en autorizar la petición.
And also, when cleaners have come before us and they have had another option to bring clothing to that is compliant, we have tried to work our variance relief to assist in moving that clothing over until you can be compliant at the current location.
Y cuando nos dan la opción, cuando usted tiene otro local, o las limpiadurías tienen otro local para poder mover la mercancía al otro local para poder estar en cumplimiento y otorgarles la petición, entonces nosotros podemos otorgar una medida de asistencia para poder mover la mercancía al otro local.
What additional would you need to put in place, and how much time would that take for you to be able to transport the clothing that comes in at Occidental to your other location? And in particular, other In other cases, petitioners have said they either need another position for transportation, someone to take the clothing, or a system to be put in place. So is there any of that necessary before you could continue to move your clothing over to your other location?
¿Qué se requeriría para que usted pudiera, en cuanto tiene que ver tiempo o personal para poder mover y transportar la mercancía o la ropa de un lugar al otro? Por ejemplo, algunos de los peticiones que hemos tenido antes que requerían una nueva posición, o sea, una persona y asistencia para poder, quizás equipo para poder mover la mercancía de un local al otro para poder llevar a cabo. ¿Qué es lo que usted piensa que necesitaría para poder mantener en cumplimiento, llevar la ropa al otro local y poder mantenerse en cumplimiento? ¿Qué es lo que usted piensa que requeriría para poder hacer eso?
Bueno, una de nuestras mayores preocupaciones al hacer esto es que no vamos a poder proveer el mismo servicio en nuestra tienda, el servicio rápido, el servicio del mismo día, porque necesitamos tiempo para procesar, para revisar tanto las manchas y todo, porque ya de que se lleva al otro local, vamos a perder tiempo en de traer de regreso. Y de ahí depende mucho la calidad y necesitaríamos contratar un driver para que ande de ambos lados.
Okay, one of the situations would be that we wouldn't be able to offer the fast same-day service because the quality would suffer as far as being able to process, check the clothing, stain, removal, and also we would require to hire a driver so he can take the merchandise from one place to the other.
And how long would it take to bring on a driver?
¿Cuánto tiempo le requeriría para poder contratar un conductor para que pueda asistirle y ser el que lleve la mercancía atrás y para atrás?
Nuestra preocupación es que si es así, nuestro negocio va a ir abajo en vez de crecer para ahorrar dinero para cambiar la máquina. El
Our
servicio
worry would be that our service would suffer. We wouldn't be able to provide the same service, and then it would decline, which wouldn't allow us to save the money to buy the new machine.
Understood. I just want to have all of this information so it's possible for the board to potentially, if we can make the findings, craft a variance that is more consistent with the ones that we have granted. So right now we're just trying to gather information.
Okay, ahorita estamos tratando de compilar información para que si los miembros de la mesa directiva puedan revisar lo que tenemos a mano y puedan determinar si van a otorgarle la petición, entonces tengan todos los hechos para poder determinar y tomar una decisión.
Is your permit to operate the machine current? And if it is, do you know when it will come due?
Okay, el permiso de operaciones está al vigente y ¿cuándo es que piensa que caduca el permiso?
¿Se refiere al segundo local?
Are you talking about the second location or?
Oh, sorry, at the Occidental location for which you're seeking a variance, the perk machine.
No, en el local del Occidental, que es donde está la máquina perk en cuestión.
Ok, desconozco la fecha exacta, pero como ya sabíamos de que ya no íbamos a poder usarlo. Cuando supimos de que podíamos someter una petición para una extensión, es por eso que ahorita estamos en esto.
Okay, not aware of the date. We knew it was going to come to a point where we weren't able to use it. But then also, since we were requesting the petition, that's why we're, doing all this.
I think I was not clear. Talking about Rule 1421 and the requirement that you stop using it, the PERC machine, in December of 2020. My question is the permit. You need a permit for your machine, and the permit is renewed yearly. Is your permit current?
Okay, parece que no me entendió. La máquina en cumplimiento de la regla 1421, que llegó a su fin en diciembre de 2020. Quiero saber si el permiso es un permiso para operar la máquina que tiene que renovarse año por año. ¿Cuándo llega cuándo finaliza la fecha de operación de la máquina?
Renovamos año tras año y hemos estado al corriente, pero no tengo la fecha exacta ahorita.
Okay, we do renew it year to year, and we always been in compliance, but right now I don't have the exact date.
Okay, I can see if perhaps the district has that. Thank you very much.
Okay, vamos a ver si el distrito la tiene.
Board members, questions for Mr. Baja? I see Ms. Verdugo Peralta and then Mr. Balagopalan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Loza, for translating for us this morning. And welcome to the respondents, Mr. Baja and his nephew. You want to translate that and then I'll ask the question?
Yes. Gracias, señor Baja, y también a su sobrino, ¿verdad? Por estar presente y por, por otorgar la declaración. Y la señorita Cintia Verdugo Peralta va a estar, haciéndole preguntas.
Okay, Mr. Baja, you said that you started your business in 2011. When did you become aware of the rule for the PERC machine that you had to stop using it in December of 2020?
Ok, señor Baja, usted dice que empezó su negocio en el 2011. ¿Cuándo se dio cuenta usted de la regla implementando el hecho que se tenía que cambiar o dejar de usar la máquina de PERC a partir de diciembre de 2020? ¿Cuándo se dio cuenta usted de esa regla?
Siempre he trabajado en esta industria de dry cleaners y desde que trabajaba como empleado en otro lugar, me comentó el dueño que para el 2020 ya no se iba a usar el PERC.
Okay, I always worked in this type of industry, and even as an employee at other dry cleaners, I was aware by the owners that as of 2020, this machine wasn't going to be able to be used.
Okay, so so when you purchased the business, you knew about the rule.
Cuando usted compró el negocio, usted estaba al tanto de la regla.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. How much percentage would you say of business that you have lost because of the COVID pandemic?
¿Qué porcentaje de negocio diría usted que ha perdido debido a la pandemia de COVID?
Cuando la pandemia empezó en marzo, abril, mayo, los meses más difíciles, perdimos 80% de nuestro negocio y así ahorita ha ido incrementando. Ahorita doy gracias a Dios de que ya estamos en un 50%.
Okay, so when the pandemic started around March, April, May, we lost approximately 80% of our business. Now it has increased, and thank God that it has increased to about 50%.
And you stated that your other dry cleaning location is about 4 miles away, correct?
Usted mencionó que su otra limpiaduría está como aproximadamente 4 millas de distancia, ¿correcto?
Así es.
That's correct.
How much time does it take you to drive from one location to the other?
¿Cuánto tiempo le toma conducir de un local a otro?
Si no encuentro tráfico, 20 minutos.
If there's no traffic, 20 minutes.
Okay. One other question regarding when you purchased the business and you knew about the rule, did you understand that the rule was due to the fact that PERC is a toxic and harmful to not only the people around you, but also yourselves, your employees?
Que cuando usted compró el negocio y estaba al tanto de la regla, ¿estaba usted al tanto que la máquina era tóxica, no solo a la gente alrededor, sino también a usted mismo y a sus empleados?
Realmente yo difiero un poco de que sea tan malo para nosotros, porque he escuchado otros reportajes de que no es tan malo como lo califican, pero sí estaba yo consciente de que perjudicaba un poco el medio ambiente.
Okay, I defer a bit in the opinion that is toxic or bad for ourselves. I heard different reports that is not as bad as they say. However, you know, I was aware that it was negative to the environment.
Who told you it was not as bad?
¿Quién le dijo que no era tan malo?
El patrón que tuve anteriormente, donde trabajaba, él me comentó de algunos reportajes que leyó.
My boss that I used to work with before, he mentioned about reports that he had read.
But you don't know what reports those, whether it was from a university, whether it was from a industry, you don't know where that report came from, and you never
Pero
saw it
usted no sabe de dónde vinieron esos informes, si vino de una universidad, de algún tipo de informes. ¿Sabe usted de dónde salieron esos informes que leyó?
No.
No.
May I interrupt? But at the risk of putting toxicity of PERC on trial here, which I think we should not do. Board members, with your indulgence, what I'd like to do, and Cynthia, I'm sorry, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, I'm just going to interrupt you for just a moment because I think it will assist in your questions. Board members, you may recall that Ms. Karen Manwaring in the past has sent us a copy of the staff report that supported adoption of 1421. And I am going to take official notice of that and put a portion of it up on shared screen. And I'm taking official notice of it as the document that supported the governing board's decision to amend the rule, which is beyond dispute. So that's why I will take official notice of it.
Okay, se va a tomar una notificación oficial. Se va a poner una copia del informe que la señorita Mann otorgó como informe oficial, lo cual causó que se tomara la decisión, ¿verdad?, de enmienda de la ley 1421, ¿verdad?, como tal, para que puedan mostrar el informe como algo oficial. No se está poniendo en juicio aquí el riesgo, ¿verdad? El factor de riesgo, sino que para que estén al tanto se está poniendo en la pantalla el informe de, que llevó a la regulación de, y la implementación de esta regla 1421.
Do you see? Oh, no, that's wrong. That's my son's math. I apologize for that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
would you continue the questioning on the part of
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
carry on?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up so that we can, I can share it so that the petitioner can see it. If I can't, I'm just going to read from it.
Sí, lo está buscando para ponerlo en la pantalla para que usted lo pueda ver y pueda leer razonamiento.
I'm going to read a portion in the record.
Va a leer alguna porción porque no lo puede traer a la pantalla.
And Madam Clerk, I'm going to mark it as Hearing Board Exhibit H-1. In the executive summary under background on the first page.
En la primera página, bajo la cláusula ejecutiva,
Okay, it states perchloroethylene, also known as PERC, is, according to a number of international, federal, and state authoritative bodies, PERC is a possible/probable carcinogen and contributes to both chronic and acute health impacts.
que de acuerdo con las leyes internacionales, federales, estatales, la máquina PERC o los tóxicos de PERC es un producto que es carcinogénico, lo cual puede causar problemas crónicos y severos de salud.
The health impacts of PERC are to the central nervous system, eye and respiratory irritation, kidney, and gastrointestinal system/liver.
Los tóxicos pueden afectar el sistema nervioso, los ojos, riñones, problemas renales, al hígado y gastrointestinales.
And finally, I'll just read one more sentence, which is the MATES-2, M-A-T-E-S-2, final report in March 2000 identified PERC as one of 6 key toxic air contaminants in the basin.
Okay. Y uno de los informes, March 2, a partir de marzo 2000, dice que es uno de los 6 fluidos tóxicos en la área.
Ms. Pruzak, I have the document if you want me to, but I don't think if you need me to show it, I can show it.
If you could just show that page, so that way, and I think
Okay,
you're a co-host.
sure. Let me do that.
Can
you see that?
Yes.
Puede mirar.
And if you go up
documento.
a little bit, Mr. Balago, there you go. I read from that first paragraph. And then if you go down a little bit, I read the
El primer párrafo es lo que leyó, y si sigue hacia adelante donde dice mates.
And if you, Mr. Balagopalan, just, and then you can stop the share. If you can just show the first page of that to show that it is from the staff report that was used for the.
Está mostrando el documento, lo cual le demuestra.
It's a staff report
¿De dónde viene?
supported the governing board's decision to adopt the amendment to Rule 1421.
Ese informe es lo que llevó a la mesa directiva a poder hacer la enmienda y poder aplicar la regla 1421 de los peligros que conllevan el uso de esa máquina.
It is the amendment to Rule 1421 in 2002 that set the date to end the use of PERC in December.
Este es el documento que demuestra en octubre de 2002, donde mencionaba que el diciembre del 2020 era la fecha límite para el uso de esa máquina.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Balagopalan, for sharing that. I'm having some trouble. The only reason why I brought that up was because of the questions Ms. Verdugo Peralta was asking, and to just place that into the record.
Y
And
la razón que se trajo esa información a la atención es por las preguntas que la señorita Peralta, Verdugo Peralta, mencionó, ¿verdad? Y para poder constatar la información y poder apoyarlo, la pregunta que ella hizo.
and you may continue, Ms. Verdugo Peralta. I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Baja, how close are you, your dry cleaners that has the PERC machine? How close is that business to any schools or hospitals or daycare centers?
¿Qué tan cerca
close?
está la limpiaduría que opera la máquina PERC a escuelas, hospitales o guarderías de cuidado de niños?
En el como un block.
About one block.
Okay.
To what kind of business? The school, or what type of?
¿De qué tipo de recinto estamos hablando? ¿Estamos hablando de una escuela, hospital? ¿De qué estamos hablando? ¿Qué es lo que está como una cuadra?
Es una escuela junior high.
A junior high school.
Okay, thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Baha, when you bought the machine in 2011, there was already an existing business there?
Cuando usted compró la máquina en 2011, ¿ya estaba el negocio establecido allí?
Así es, ya estaba establecido.
Yeah, it was
So do
already
you know
established.
how old the machine is?
¿Sabe qué tan vieja es la máquina?
No sé exactamente, la compra del negocio fue un poco diferente. El dueño anterior se fue a bancarrota y nosotros lo compramos por medio del landlord del local.
Okay, I don't know exactly. The purchase of the business was a bit different. The previous owner went bankrupt and we bought it through the landlord of the location.
Now you mentioned that you're not offering any same-day service right now?
¿Ahorita no está ofreciendo servicio del mismo día?
No, esa es nuestra preocupación.
No, and that's our worry.
So you want to be able to continue to use the PERC machine for 11 months.
Usted quiere poder continuar usando la máquina de PERC por los siguientes 11 meses, ¿correcto?
Así es, eso nos ayudará a salir adelante.
That's correct. That would allow us to get ahead.
And you don't see a shorter time frame?
¿No mira usted a un periodo más corto en el futuro cercano que quizás pudiera necesitar menos tiempo?
Me gustaría ser positivo, pero lamentablemente con la pandemia está cambiando mucho. De ahí depende.
Well, I would like to be positive. However, with the pandemic, things are changing and it's difficult.
Okay. The other question I had was, Oh, when did you showed us in Exhibit 1 the code, which was January of this year, January 4th. Did you have a prior code when you were first? You said you early in 2019, 2020, you were looking at buying a machine and saving for it. Did you have a code then?
Usted nos mostró elementos de prueba donde nos dio una cotización fechada el 4 de enero. Usted mencionó que anteriormente, entre 2019 y 2020, se estaba procurando obtener la máquina. ¿Tiene alguna cotización de ese periodo de tiempo?
Por escrito no, pero estábamos conscientes de cuánto era el valor.
I don't have it in writing, but we were aware of what the cost implications will be.
Okay, and by talking to the same company, Dry Cleaning Equipment Repair?
Estamos hablando que usted está hablando con la misma compañía.
Siempre hemos trabajado con el mismo.
Yes, we always work with the same company.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I had. No questions.
Okay, gracias.
Dr. Bernstein, you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. Mr. Baja, I would like to clarify the history of the second location. So when was it? Was the second location a purchase or was a new entity that was opened up? And when was that?
Okay, gracias, señor Baja, y buenos días a todos. Queremos hacer nomás aclarar algo. El segundo local fue una nueva compra, una nueva entidad. ¿Cuándo es que se adquirió y cómo es que fue el proceso?
Ok, esto fue en abril 2017 y es una nueva identidad. De ahí empezamos desde cero, de construir todo.
Okay, that was acquired in April 2017, and that's a new entity. We started from zero.
Okay, and when did you purchase a compliant dry cleaning machine? Did you open that entity with a compliant cleaning machine or purchased later? And when was it purchased?
¿Cuándo compró la máquina que está en cumplimiento? ¿La compró desde el principio, cuando empezó, o la compró después?
La compramos desde el principio.
It was bought since the beginning, since the start.
Okay, and currently, what is the poundage of clothing that you are cleaning at the facility for Occidental?
Excuse me, interpreter, you got off a little bit. Can you repeat the last portion? The poundage, I got.
And
what is the current amount of clothing that's being cleaned at the new facility from Occidental?
And can you say, you meaning for this year in January?
Well, let's say month and then compared to this month.
Okay.
So, okay, so clothing to be transferred from, let's say, ask them first. When clothing began to be transferred from the Occidental to the new location beginning January 1st, is that correct?
Okay, la primera, okay, vamos a dividir la pregunta. La ropa se empezó a transferir del Occidental al nuevo local en enero de este año, ¿correcto? Señor Baja?
Sí, así es.
That's correct.
Okay, and what is the volume of that clothing? Well, how many pounds of clothing have been transferred to be cleaned at that facility from Occidental at this time?
Okay, entonces en este periodo de tiempo, ¿cuál es la cantidad, las libras que tiene que transferir de Occidental al nuevo local últimamente?
Unas 500 libras a la semana.
About 5 pounds per week. I'm sorry, 500. Sorry, 500 pounds per week.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gracias.
Just wanted to ask a follow-up that I missed before, which is, do you have a percentage of the clothing that comes in that's same day versus not same day?
Ok, una pregunta de seguimiento que omití hacerle anteriormente. ¿Usted tiene un porcentaje de la cantidad de ropa que viene para el limpiado regular en comparación al porcentaje de ropa que viene para trabajarse del mismo día? ¿Qué porcentaje en comparado de uno y otro?
Podríamos decir que un 60%, que es para el servicio rápido, y el otro 40% es gente que pide 2 a 3 días.
Okay, so I would say 60% would be for same day fast service, and the other 40% will be 2 to 3 days.
Okay, and in response to Dr. Bernstein's question, you said you're still doing about 500 pounds per week. That was the same as you were doing in December. Is that correct?
Y de acuerdo con la respuesta que le dio al doctor Bernstein, usted dice que sus libras eran como 500 por semana en diciembre, que es lo que está haciendo ahorita. ¿Estamos en lo cierto?
Así es.
That's correct.
Okay, so, but you're not doing same day this year, correct, in January?
Pero no está haciendo servicio de rápido para el mismo día ahorita en enero, ¿correcto?
Le estamos dando una explicación a los clientes para que nos entiendan, y son clientes de que nos están apoyando, pero no van a poder estar siempre podemos dar excusas todo el tiempo ahora.
Okay, we are explaining to our clients what's going on so they can understand, but we're also aware that we cannot continue giving excuses to our clients for a long period of time.
Okay, thank you. Senator, and then
Yeah.
Senator.
Right. My question is, when you work for the other cleaning company, you said your boss informed you about Rule 1421, is that correct?
Que una pregunta del senador Holden. Cuando usted mencionó que cuando trabajó para su patrón anterior le mencionó sobre la regla 1421, ¿correcto?
Yes, they are. Okay.
Sí.
Tiene que responder con palabras yes.
Did he state to you that there was a reason for it was a health issue? Emission was a health problem?
Le mencionó él que la razón era razones de salud.
No, más que nada por el medio ambiente, por la protección del medio ambiente, regulaciones.
No, it was mostly for, he mentioned it was mostly for environmental reasons, regulations for the environmental reasons.
Did he inform him that the Rule 421 was adopted by AQMD?
Le mencionó él que esa regla 1421 se había adquirido por medio de la compañía AQMD.
Sí.
Yes.
So you understood that AQMD board adopted this Rule 421?
Entonces usted estaba al tanto que la agencia AQMD adquirió esta regla de 1421.
In your petition, item 14.
He didn't answer. The answer.
Sí. Sí, así es.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. In your petition on page 5, item 14, you state that pickup and delivery routes were placed on hold or halt and continue to be on hold or halt.
Que en la petición que usted hizo, página 5, párrafo 14, menciona que usted tenía sus pedidos que estaban, básicamente los tenía, estaban en retén, los tenía detenidos.
Así es, teníamos una ruta que recogíamos ropa en oficinas. Como las oficinas ahora están cerradas, perdimos ese trabajo.
That's correct. We had a route where we would go to offices and pick up the clothing. But however, since the offices are closed right now, we lost that route.
Could this train, these drivers, pickup drivers, already they're trained as to do the job that they were performing, correct?
Y los trabajadores, los conductores que ya estaban entrenados, están entrenados para hacer este trabajo, ¿correcto?
Así es.
That's correct.
Therefore, could they be used, the same people, to transport the clothing from the location in question to the new location that's been acquired?
So la pregunta a usted es, estos mismos conductores que están entrenados, ¿pudieran ellos usarse para transportar la ropa, la mercancía del local en cuestión al nuevo local?
Sí, ese no sería el problema, pero sería un gasto extra de contratar el driver, pero lo principal aquí es la calidad del trabajo y el servicio rápido.
Yes, that would be no issue. That would be a matter of, hiring the driver to be able to do that. But the question here is the quality of the service and the time sensitive, the fast service that we can offer at this point.
Based on my interpretation of the petition, that statement of petition, was that the drivers already worked for him at some time or another.
De acuerdo con la petición, el conductor ya trabajó para usted en un tiempo dado.
Así es, él ahorita está aplicando bajo desempleo porque no tenemos trabajo para él.
That's correct. He is an employee right now because there's no work for him right now.
So, next question. If he were required to use those drivers that were on his payroll to transfer clothes from the location in question to the other location, would he do that?
Okay, si usted pudiera usted puede contratar a esos conductores, ponerlos en la lista de pago, o sea, pagarles para que puedan llevar a cabo el trabajo del local al otro, pudiera usted hacer eso.
No son excusas, pero eso nos provocaría un gasto más, tanto volver a inscribirlo en la aseguranza del carro y un salario extra en el cual ahorita estamos trabajando.
Okay, that's no excuse. However, that would incur in extra expenses. We would have to add them to payroll. We would have to add them to auto insurance. Would we incur extra expenses? And we're not in a comfortable situation to do that right now.
Prior to the pandemic.
Debido a la pandemia.
Were they on the insurance and payroll at that time?
Anteriormente estaban en la lista de pago y también en el seguro anteriormente.
Así es, correcto.
That's correct.
If conditions were provided or offered to remain in business, and only if you use those drivers to transport from the location in question to the location that meets the requirement, would he do that?
Okay. Si le otorgaran la petición bajo la condición de que usare estos conductores para poder transportar la mercancía al nuevo local, ¿estaría usted dispuesto a hacer eso?
Oh, que si me dieran la aprobación de seguir usando el PERC, o ¿cuál es la pregunta?
You were asking if you were to give me the opportunity to continue using PERCO. What's your question?
Oh, my question? Whether or not he would comply with any condition that's imposed and use these drivers who are trained to transport from the location in question to the location that meet the 1421 regulation.
No, la pregunta a usted, si usted pudiera llegar a estar en cumplimiento por medio de, y se le hiciera la concesión para mantenerse en cumplimiento, a usar los conductores para poder transportar la ropa del local presente al nuevo local para poderse mantener en cumplimiento y no usar la máquina.
Sí,
¿Estaría dispuesto usted a contratar el personal para poder transportar la ropa, en otras palabras, y mantenerse en cumplimiento?
Sí, así es.
Yes, that's correct.
He would do that.
¿Estaría dispuesto a hacerlo?
Mientras que tengamos un periodo de tiempo para seguir usando la máquina, nuestro trabajo va a crecer, porque yo tengo la fe de que así va a ser. Así lo han demostrado los últimos meses, y tan pronto baje la pandemia, nuestro trabajo va a crecer bastante y vamos a seguir trabajando duro.
As long as we're authorized to continue using the machine, our workload is going to increase. And also, hopefully the pandemic would be over, continue to improve, where we would be able to get back to normal.
Fine.
And increase our revenue.
Very good. And your petition on paragraph 22, you state that AQMD field inspector advised you that you could request a variance, petition for variance. That's a true statement?
En la página 22, usted mencionó que uno de los agentes del AQCM le mencionó a usted que usted podía hacer la petición para pedir la petición de la variante. ¿Estamos en lo cierto?
Correcto.
¿El agente que le informó? Correcto.
My next question, does he work at both locations, the old and the new?
He being, sorry, Mr. Baja?
Yeah.
Clarify, excuse me, interpreter, the question was, could he work at both locations at the same time?
Does Mr. Baja?
Both locations.
Señor Baja, ¿usted trabaja en los dos locales a la misma vez?
No, yo estoy principalmente en el local principal y en el otro tenemos empleados.
No, I'm mostly at the primary location. In the other location, we have employees.
Is he the primary owner of both locations?
¿Y usted es el dueño principal de los dos locales?
Sí, mi cuñado y yo.
My brother-in-law and I.
Well, was he ever informed that an inspector stopped in at the new location? And if so, what did he say?
Clarifying, are we talking to Mr. Baja or the brother-in-law?
Senator, after this question, can we take a break? Because we're.
I'll be finishing up. Let me finish, please.
Go ahead, finish up. That's
Okay.
why.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're talking about Mr. Baja being aware or the brother-in-law?
Was he ever informed? Was he aware? Was he ever informed that the inspector
Mr. Baja,
inspected the new location?
are we asking about to Mr. Baja? Is that the question?
Yes, correct. All
Thank
the
you, thank you. Señor Baja, ¿estaba usted al tanto de que el inspector llegó al nuevo local?
Así es.
Yes, that's correct.
Did he make any comments specifically to that location?
¿Hizo comentarios específicamente a ese local?
Solamente la recomendación de hacernos saber de la regla y pedir, hacer una petición si era posible.
Just make us aware of the rule and to request a petition if need be.
Is that location in good financial standings? The new location, that is.
¿Y luego el local está en buen estado financiero?
En estos momentos también estamos teniendo dificultades porque es muy más bajo el trabajo que en la principal.
Well, right now we're having some difficulties because the level of work is less than the primary location.
All right. And financing the equipment for the old location, could that location be used as a financial, as a backup or collateral to acquire the equipment that's needed?
Para financiar el equipo en el local, perdón, en el local principal, ¿se pudiera usar el domicilio del local como fianza para poder adquirir el financiamiento?
No lo creo.
No, I don't think so.
Liz, no, nosotros estamos rentando aquí y la propiedad no es nuestra.
Due to the fact that we are renting, the property is not ours.
Okay, carry on. No further questions, madam.
Okay, I know Mr. Balagopalan had questions. I have another question, but we are going to take a break.
Yeah.
We're very overdue for a break. Let's take a 15-minute break and come back, please, promptly at a little less than 15 minutes, at 5 after the hour, so at 11:05. Right, that's
Okay, vamos a tomar un receso de 15 minutos. Regresaremos a las 11:05, no más tarde de las 11:05. ¿Está bien?
Please do not leave the meeting, the Zoom.
No salga de la junta, no cierre el programa, en otras palabras, déjelo abierto hasta que regresemos. Puede cerrar su micrófono, pero regresar.
Okay, we are on break and we'll be back. We're off the record until 11:05.
¿sí? Vamos a cerrar hasta las 11:05.
Power to appliances that need it the most, allowing you to power more than just the essentials, so you can stay comfortable and safe in your home. And best of all, your electric bill goes down and you save money. With the battery storage solution, we're saving about $450 a month. With more than 60 years of experience.
Hey, the radio TV commercials coming over the air.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, sir.
Oh, man.
We have about 1 minute to 11:05, so I just thought we'd start assembling as we
Sí,
can.
tenemos un minuto.
Hmm?
Checking to see if he's. Denos un minuto.
We're just going to wait for the remaining board members and the clerk.
Vamos a esperar que regresen los miembros.
In the meantime, we just wanted to check if it's possible that we send recently another file through email to the clerk of board. This one is the copy of the permit for SCAQMD that shows that the date is until November 1st of this year.
November 1st. Okay. You don't have to send that if you don't want to. We do have, you had attached a copy of your permit, but I didn't know what date it went through. So November. Okay.
Yeah, we sent it
Actually,
through email already.
put that on the record when we come back. But let's wait till we come back on the record. We're just waiting for Dr. Bernstein, and then we can start. Oh, and Miss Sue is here. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we are back on the record. We've lost Mr. Baja and Mr. Delgadillo. Did we lose them?
Señor Baja.
We're here.
Sí.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't
No
have.
lo miramos.
We're back. Okay, great. We're back on. And when we were right before we came back on the record, Mr. Delgadillo was saying that they were going to send a copy of the permit to the clerk. However, we have a copy of it. And so Mr. Delgadillo is going to testify right now as to the date it is good till.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Antes de que abriéramos la audiencia, el señor Delgadillo mencionó que iban a mandar una copia del permiso, pero ya tenemos una copia, si no es necesario, pero usted va a dejar saber otra vez, señor Delgadillo, lo que se acaba de decir para que conste en el acta.
Yes, the date displayed on the permit is November 1st, 2021.
Okay, thank you so much. When we left off, Mr. Balagopalan had questions.
Yes, actually, Mr. Alan Delgadillo, you said a permit, or is it the invoice that's renewed until?
Yes,
What are you
for now, we
referring to?
were able to send in it says actually permit renewal. But
Permit renewal. Okay, it's not the permit. So the renewal, so the permit expires November 1st, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I have a question for your uncle, just a follow-up. It's the same day service. Is it from 9? What's the time from 9 to 2? Is that drop off before 9, pick up by 2? Is that what's
El
considered
servicio,
same day service?
señor Baja, el servicio para trabajarlo el mismo día sería sería el horario pertinente. Sería si llega a las 9, lo recogen a las 2, o cuál es el horario que permite usted.
Ok, el servicio del mismo día tienen que dejar antes de las 10 de la mañana y se recoge a las 4 de la tarde.
That would be leaving it, dropping it off before 10 a.m. and picking it up after 4 p.m.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you've made a couple of references that the quality will suffer. Is that in reference that PERC is a better solvent than the hydrocarbon? Is that why you're referring to that the quality will suffer?
Cuando usted hizo varias referencias al hecho que la calidad del trabajo sufriría, ¿está hablando usted de la calidad de usar la máquina que usan ahorita, el solvente, en comparación del hydrocarbon, o qué es a qué se refiere usted con la calidad de servicio?
Bueno, va de la mano el PERC es más fuerte en limpiar las manchas de grasa y otros tipos de manchas. Pero más que nada el proceso de transportar la ropa de un lado a otro es que también se maltrata la ropa y también la pérdida de tiempo.
Well, it kind of goes hand in hand because the PERC a stronger solvent for certain stains such as grease. But then also is the process, you know, having to transport the clothing, it would cause some kind of damage, or, you know, it just the time spent from one place to the other that would cause it to suffer.
Okay, last, there's more of a question. If the board were to grant you the variance, but limit you to only cleaning 800 pounds of clothes for the duration of the variance, is that something you can live with? No more than 800 pounds.
Ok, vamos a decir que la mesa directiva le autorizara la variante, le diera la autorización. Estaría y le dijera el límite de no más 800 libras, pudiera usted estar en cumplimiento.
800 libras, ¿en qué periodo, en cuánto tiempo?
800 pounds in what period of time?
Period, that's it, no more. I mean, I'm not sure of the time yet, you know, but no matter what, 3 months, 6 months, whatever the time frame, it'll be a total of 800. Once you exceed that 800 pounds, you cannot operate the machine anymore.
Ok, serían 800 libras sin importar el tiempo, podrían ser entre 6 meses, 3 meses a 6 meses. La idea es que cuando usted llegara al límite de 800 libras, ya sería límite, ya no pudiera continuar operándolo.
Desde este punto de vista lo veo que apartaríamos el servicio rápido para la tienda 1 y ya lo demás tendríamos más tiempo. 800 libras, pienso que necesito un poco más, si fuera posible.
Okay, in that case, would we set aside the fast service to store number 1? However, I feel that 800 pounds is not enough. If you can be increased to a little bit more, it would work out better, if it's possible.
Okay. Does he have a number in mind?
¿Tiene un número en mente? ¿Cuánto sería?
Dame un segundo.
Give me a second.
Me es un poco difícil poner un número ahorita porque quisiéramos que fuera más, pero todo depende también del trabajo que vamos a tener. Si el tiempo mejora, vamos a tener más clientes y vamos a necesitar limpiar más libras.
Well, it's very difficult for me to assess how much more, because if things change, then we would have more clientele, and then we would need more pounds.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
I had a question as to whether you're aware of something in particular. So let me explain what it is. Under the rules of the district and our ability to grant variances, all facilities who are under variance protection but have excess emissions have to pay excess emission fees. Are you aware of that?
Okay. No, quiero repasar una regla que quizás usted no esté al tanto. Todos los, de acuerdo con las regulaciones del distrito, todos los locales que están en petición o en proceso de las variantes tienen que pagar en exceso de los vapores que se están excediendo fuera del nivel de la regulación. ¿Estaba usted al tanto que hay unas cuotas que se tienen que pagar?
No, no sabía de eso, pero respetaremos las regulaciones que nos pongan.
No, I was not aware, but we would respect the regulations, whatever is imposed.
So I want to explain to you what that would entail. So that should go into your answers today and what you're requesting. Because you are a small business and because the amount of excess perk that you would be emitting is under the minimum amount. You would have,
Debido,
let me,
go ahead.
you would have to pay the minimum amount for small businesses for every single day you use your perk machine, and that would be $40. So if you use your perk machine 5 days a week, you will have excess emission fees of $200 per week.
Okay, quiero dejarles saber lo que implica, debido a que usted es un negocio pequeño, ¿verdad? Y las regulaciones por día, tiene que haber un exceso. Entonces a usted, debido a que es un negocio pequeño, se le añadirían la cantidad mínima de exceso por día. En el caso de su negocio, debido a que se le otorgaría lo mínimo, que serían $40 por día por el exceso de vapores que está excediéndose al medio ambiente. Y serían, si usted opera su máquina 5 días a la semana, serían $40 por día, que serían $200 por semana, que tendría que estar pagando por usarla.
So you're now aware and do you understand that?
Ok, así ya usted está al tanto y entiende eso.
Está bien.
And
That's fine.
do you have any idea as to the comparison of using a driver in terms of cost?
¿Tiene usted ha hecho cálculos en comparación cuánto le costaría usar un conductor en comparación al costo de tener que usar la máquina?
Al escuchar estos números ahorita, veo que es más económico usar la máquina porque el contratar a otra persona sí es más caro y más responsabilidades.
Okay, by listening to the comparisons, I feel that using the machine is more cost effective in comparison to using a driver, because using the driver would be more cost involved.
Okay. You have an approximation of how much more?
Como aproximadamente cuánto más tendría al usar el conductor.
Por el salario, un aproximado del driver sería unos $600 a la semana, más la aseguranza del carro.
The salary of a driver would be approximately $600 per week, plus insurance for the automobile.
Okay. Thank you.
Gracias.
Any board members have any additional questions? Senator Holden. You are on mute, Senator.
El senador tiene
the 800-pound limit that you responded to, would that put a cap on the work that you can produce, the amount, or would you be willing to do, would you want to do more than 800 pounds?
Que los 800 libras en cuestión que se le puso como propuesta, pusiera un límite en la cantidad de trabajo que puede producir, o necesitaría más de eso. O pudiera
Sí.
operar con esa cantidad.
No, necesito más que eso porque principalmente esta época de invierno, ropas muy pesadas como son abrigos, chamarras, es ropa que pesa más y fácilmente completan más libras.
Well, I would need more due to the fact, especially now that it's winter, we have winter clothes, which are coats, jackets that weight more. So we would need additional pounds.
Would the 800-pound limit put a cap or limit on the profit that could be used to purchase the machine?
Con el límite de 800 libras, así se le pone como límite con la entrada o el límite de trabajo, pudiera darle suficiente como para comprar la máquina.
Sí, veo que voy a estar limitado para ahorrar, para dar el siguiente paso de cambiar la máquina. Sí me va a perjudicar.
It would limit me. It would limit me in the process to be able to have enough funds to be able to change the machine.
Oh, really? Next question is, the business business level by which you were performing prior to the pandemic, if that were in effect today, could you purchase the machine?
Que el nivel de negocio que usted estaba generando antes de la pandemia, si eso no fuera el caso, usted estuviera en las circunstancias para poder comprar la máquina hoy día?
Afortunadamente sí estaríamos en otro tiempo porque nuestros pagos estarían puntuales y es más fácil que nos aprueben un financiamiento para una nueva máquina. Estoy seguro de que así hubiera sido y así ya estaba planeado.
Yes, I feel that it would be different. That was our plan because under normal circumstances, we would be at a level on time with our payments, and it will be easier for us to acquire financing.
The conditions that have been explained to you, would that limit your ability to acquire the funds to acquire the equipment?
Las limitaciones que se le han otorgado al momento, ¿se le haría a usted más difícil adquirir los fondos, adquirir financiamiento para comprar el equipo?
Definitivamente que así va a ser.
Definitely that would cause that to be difficult.
So this pandemic is a hardship that he did not anticipate. Yes.
Entonces la pandemia es una dificultad financiera que le ha venido que usted no anticipó. ¿Correcto?
Así es. Esta pandemia nos cambió la vida, y nos estamos muy tristes por haber descansado a 5 de nuestros trabajadores porque eran familias que dependían de nosotros.
That's correct. This pandemic has had an adverse reaction on us. It's difficult, and we are saddened to know to have let go 5 of our employees whose families depend on us too.
In the petition, he stated that he could want a variance until end of 2021. What does he mean by that?
En la petición, usted dijo que quería que le hicieran la variante hasta finales del 2021. ¿Qué quiere decir usted con eso? ¿Qué significa?
Porque somos positivos y pensamos de que al mes de noviembre ya estaríamos dispuestos para financiar una nueva máquina y ya el mes de diciembre ya empezaríamos con la nueva máquina de hydrocarbon.
Because we're trying to be positive, and we feel that by November, we would be able to finance the new machine of the hydrocarbon.
Has he watched any of these hearings prior to attending today?
¿Usted observó alguna de estas audiencias antes de asistir a esta audiencia hoy?
Miré una audiencia y el cual estuve viendo detenidamente y veo que el caso nuestro de Occidental Cleaners es muy diferente. Nosotros tenemos todavía un lease extendido por 6 años más y somos una familia que no va a parar de trabajar, sino que nuestras intenciones es de seguir adelante.
Okay, I watched one case. However, I feel that our case is different because in our case, we have a 6-year lease still left, and we're a family that we will not stop working no matter what.
If you're not granted a variance as per requested, will that keep you in business or will you have to get out of business?
Que si usted no se le otorga la petición, ¿pudiera continuar en el negocio o tendría que salirse del negocio?
Lamentablemente no quiero pensar eso ahorita, porque yo sé de que tengo que buscar la forma porque no podemos cerrar. Es muy complicado.
Okay, unfortunately, I don't really want to think about it right now because that creates difficulties. We would do whatever possible, whatever in our power to continue going because it's very difficult to just shut down a business. It's very complicated.
Final question. The hardship that's been imposed, or what's been imposed on you, do you consider to be a hardship?
What are you, can you be more specific? What are you saying? What's the hardship that's been imposed? COVID or?
Well, the conditions that we haven't gotten to that yet, but what you saw on TV was.
Wait. Don't just, we can't just generally refer to something he saw. We don't know what conditions he saw. Can you be more specific? What is a hardship? What is a hardship?
If we should impose or suggest conditions that will not meet your need to purchase the machine, would you consider it to be a hardship?
I think he's answered that, but he can answer.
No, let him answer again.
Okay, can go ahead and rephrase the question. It was a bit convoluted, so I need to make sure I transmit it in a way that he would understand it.
Is the question, if we were to grant a variance today that is shorter than to November of 2020?
She understood my question. Let her ask him.
She did not. She asked for clarification.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
So it is the question that if we were to grant a variance today that is shorter than is requested to November 2021 and includes a cap of 800 pounds over the entire course of the variance, would that be a hardship on your business? Is that your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, la pregunta a usted sería que si se le otorgara, se le autorizara la petición del variante que está pidiendo, pero se le diera un periodo más corto del periodo que usted está pidiendo y con un total de 800 libras, crear esas condiciones para poderle otorgar o autorizarle, traería alguna dificultad financiera a usted.
Sí, porque lo que queremos nosotros ahorita es salir de esto lo más antes posible y mientras más trabajo tengamos, eso nos va a facilitar a liquidar nuestras deudas y así nuevamente empezar con nuevo financiamiento.
Yes, because we are trying to do everything in possible. We want to be finished with this situation as soon as possible. However, the more work we have, we will be able to pay off our debts and be able to be ready for new financing.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I had just a couple of follow-up questions with a thought. You mentioned that the second location is not doing as well as this location. Is that correct?
Otra pregunta. Usted mencionó que el segundo local no está tan bien en cuanto a negocio en comparado con el primer local, ¿correcto?
Lamentablemente así es, está muy bajo, creo que depende del área donde está ubicado.
Unfortunately, that's the case. I believe it might have something to do with the location, where it's located.
Okay, the question I have is, does that also rely heavily on same day service?
Ahora, la pregunta a usted, en ese segundo local, ¿también se basan a pesar, o en su, en principalmente en el servicio de un día rápido?
Antes de la pandemia sí, pero ahora no, porque debido a que la máquina es más grande, no la prendemos todos los días. Tenemos que juntar más trabajo.
Before the pandemic, yes, but now, no, it's not. Due to the fact that the machine is a bigger machine, we have to wait and run it whenever there's accumulation of work.
Let me ask the following question then. Have you given consideration to removing the perk machine from Occidental cleaners? And in the interim, while you're waiting to save up money for a second hydrocarbon machine, moving the hydrocarbon machine to the Occidental location?
Ahora, permítame preguntarle, ¿ha considerado usted la posibilidad de remover la máquina de perk de este local principal, a mover la máquina de hydrocarbon del segundo local, traerlo al primer local, mientras espera poder obtener los fondos para conseguir una segunda máquina y ponerla ya en el segundo? ¿A considerar esa posibilidad?
Esa sería ya una opción ya muy tajante, porque el problema sería cuando volviéramos a tiempos normales, vamos a necesitar la máquina aquí en el otro local de hydrocarbon. Entonces, mover ahorita va a quedar vacío en este local, pero sería
¿En cuál local, señor?
En el segundo local.
Okay, well, that would be a hard question, because once we go back to normal, if by moving the machine to the first location, once we go back to normal, the second location, we would need to get the second machine, because otherwise it would be empty.
Understood. And the question is, since these are hard times and perk is something that the district wants to remove from the district, the question is, you're asking for a variance while you're waiting to save up money for a second hydrocarbon machine. Why not move the current one so that you can use it at that location for both of your locations? Then when you have enough money, you can buy a second one. That's what you're waiting for anyway.
Okay, yo lo entiendo, pero la pregunta a usted o el asunto es que usted está esperando que le demos la autorización de la petición, pero mientras tanto, para que sea más fácil para usted, ¿por qué no mover la máquina de un lugar que se usa menos al local principal para que pueda continuar generando dinero y una vez que genere dinero, comprar la máquina para el segundo local. Pero así continúa trabajando en el lugar principal.
Yo entiendo, mas sin embargo, si movemos la máquina aquí del otro local, prácticamente tendríamos ya que cerrar este negocio y aquí todavía tenemos un lease de aproximadamente ya de casi 2 años y tendríamos que cerrar este local y ya nada más dedicarnos allá al otro y también...
Usted hablando dice del otro, tiene que decirme de cuál y cuál, del primero o del
Vamos a
segundo,
ponerle
porque
1, 2, ok,
¿Ah?
del segundo local. Tendríamos que cerrarlo entonces si es que tuviéramos que mover esta máquina.
Okay, so if we had to move the machine, the hydrocarbon machine from the second location to the first location, we still have a 2-year lease pending on the second location, and we would have to close it.
Why would you have to close it? If you can transport, since you're not doing same-day service, transport 20 minutes from your El Segundo location to the Occidental Cleaners location, why not do that? But
Ahora, la pregunta,
where you do have same-day service.
Ok, la pregunta usted, en el primer local usted tiene servicio del rápido y tiene más volumen. Entonces, ¿por qué no mudar la máquina del segundo local al primero, continuar abierto en el otro, pero transportar la ropa, debido a que es menos volumen, del segundo local al primero para seguir operando y transportarlo de regreso, mientras consigue la nueva máquina?
And let me give a little background. This board has only been giving variances where we can see a compliance path forward. And I do understand that in order to move a hydrocarbon machine, you would have to go through new permitting with the district. However, that's something we could craft a variance around while you're waiting to make money and buy a second compliant machine, and would keep you in business. So that's why I'm asking.
Ok, permítame decirle, porque está esperando, sabemos que va a ser un poco difícil tener que mover la máquina de un lugar al otro y va a tener que solicitar nuevos permisos, lo cual es, perdón, nosotros podemos trabajar y otorgar a través de los variantes, las peticiones que están haciendo, ¿verdad? Pero el hacer esto lo mantendría todavía en negocio abierto, mantendría trabajando, operando el negocio, y a la vez está en cumplimiento y estamos trabajando en poder llegar a una resolución.
Sí, agradezco la idea que me está dando y solamente que lo estamos viendo a futuro, que tan pronto termine la pandemia, nuestro volumen de trabajo va a seguir igual o mejor que antes, porque lamentablemente hemos visto que varios dry cleaners han optado mejor por cerrar, porque ya no pueden sobrevivir durante este tiempo.
I do appreciate, the suggestion. We are looking into a long-term situation, and once the pandemic's over, our load is going to increase. And, we have seen many dry cleaners that had closed down, shut down, businesses that had shut down. So we are looking into the future, increasing in the volume of work.
Okay. Senator, other questions? And then Dr.
Yes. Is it your understanding that normalcy, getting back to normal, is after a certain number of people had a vaccination? You think that's quicker? You understand vaccination for the virus, correct?
I think you're asking a question that's
I'm asking if he understands. I'm trying. You lay the foundation. I'm laying one. Please let me finish.
okay.
Ask the question. Go ahead.
About vaccinations, I don't think he's an expert on that.
It's foundation, my ma'am. You did it more than once today. Ask him the question, ma'am. Does he
Okay,
understand?
la pregunta a usted que está antelando una normalidad pensando en el hecho de que las vacunas se están aplicando y que posiblemente llega a una normalidad. ¿Qué es lo que usted está visualizando?
Sí, efectivamente veo que eso va a ayudar bastante y también con el cambio de gobierno deben de tomar mayores medidas de precaución y nosotros como comunidad también debemos de ser más conscientes y cuidarnos porque no podemos seguir así con esta economía.
Okay, well, exactly. I feel that the vaccination is going to have an effect. They change government, you know, to do more, be proactive about it in us as community, also taking care of each other as a community, you know, because we cannot go on forever with this situation.
All right. If you were to remove one machine from the new location to the old location, what would be the cost factor?
Si usted moviera la máquina de del nuevo local al local principal, ¿cuál sería el costo involucrado?
El señor con el cual trabajamos, que es el mecánico y el vendedor de las máquinas, dice que sería un gasto aproximado de unos $8,000.
Para mover la máquina. ¿Correcto?
Sí, $8,000 para moverla.
Okay. According to the repair engineer and actually this also salesperson, for the machine, he mentioned that in order to move the machine, it would imply a cost of about $8,000.
$8,000. Well, is it his belief that when it's based on the publicity, is it his belief that when a larger percentage of the community has been vaccinated, that things will approach normal? Please, I know. Let him answer.
He's not an expert.
Yeah, I know, but he said his business, once it's back to normal, he can provide enough money to acquire the machine.
But you're asking him the question.
He testified it. Well, what's normal? What is
Cuando
normal?
usted dice que es normal, que una vez que las cosas lleguen a lo normal, ¿qué es normal para usted? ¿A qué se refiere?
Ok, que las oficinas se reabran, que las escuelas, las iglesias, eventos especiales, que son los que ocupan nuestros servicios. Restaurantes.
Going back to normal, we're talking about offices being reopened, schools, special events, churches, where we get most of our service or work. That once everything reopens, that will be back to normal.
Well, just one statement. I had my vaccination, and when the most people get vaccinated, we will approach normalcy very fast, which means they can perform their business to acquire the machine.
Thank you. Unfortunately, nobody knows that. I think we all would have thought we were back to normalcy by
I've been publicizing that on TV.
I understand that, but the witnesses can't answer that question.
Well, he did.
Okay. He said when that happens, but we don't know when that will be. Dr. Burns.
It's going to happen when the majority of the people are vaccinated.
And
you're smart.
Okay. Dr. Bernstein, did you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Sorry about getting unmuted. Mr. Baha, I'd like to pose a question. It seems to me that you've had the foresight to open a new business with a compliant machine. That is correct, right?
Okay, señor Baja, usted tuvo la visión de poder abrir un nuevo negocio implementando la nueva máquina, ¿correcto?
Así es, exactamente. Y
That's
porque
correct. No más responde la pregunta. Yes.
And so therefore your foresight has put you in a fortunate position that you actually have an option that most dry cleaners currently do not have or are at least trying to engage in, which is doing their dry cleaning off-site at a compliant facility. You have that in place, correct?
Entonces, usted tiene la visión o ha implementado la posibilidad que otras limpiadurías no tienen de poder hacer el trabajo en un segundo local, ¿correcto?
sí, afortunadamente por ese lado somos afortunados de que nuestro negocio ha crecido.
Yes, in that sense, we are fortunate that to know that our business has increased because of that.
Okay, and so therefore, it seems to me that making a business decision to hire or change responsibilities so you are able to continue to transport that laundry and that dry cleaning, excuse me, to that other facility is one that apparently you're going to have to make at this time, as opposed to moving equipment from one facility to another. It seems to me, in short, that you have an option to take your dry cleaning business, including your fast business, to your other locale to get done and be in compliance with Rule 1421 and not use the perchloroethylene dry cleaning machine.
Ok, entonces este momento parece que usted tiene la opción de contratar personal para transportar el material o la ropa de un lugar a otro, poder hacer cambios al servicio de rápido, para poder mantenerse en pie con el negocio. Tiene usted una opción y estar en cumplimiento con la regla 1421 de poder transportar la ropa a otro segundo local, hacer el trabajo, el servicio y poder otorgar el servicio que se requiere y mantenerse en pie como negocio. Usted tiene esa opción.
Tengo esta opción, mas sin embargo me va a generar más gastos y también la reputación de un negocio cuando ya está establecido como con la confianza con la clientela, si empiezan cambios, eso va a perjudicar en que baje en nuestro negocio. Ahorita esa es la mayor preocupación, mantenernos donde estamos ahorita y seguir incrementando.
Okay, well, yes, the dilemma is that would incur in more cost, and also our clientele, when you start implementing changes, then the clientele, the business starts going down. And our goal right now is to stay afloat and to stay above because our goal is for the business to continue growing and continue increasing, as the days go by.
Well, we can appreciate you anticipating and hoping for your business to grow. We all are hoping for that to happen. We are unsure when that is going to happen. However, in granting a variance, we are looking for a path to compliance at the Occidental facility. You have, Ms. Losa, maybe I won't give a whole speech before.
Okay, apreciamos mucho que usted tiene una esperanza y su motivación es el que incremente su negocio. Pero en este momento lo que nosotros estamos mirando y lo que queremos tener en mente es el hecho de que está pidiéndose una petición y queremos, la idea es de que usted llegue a estar en cumplimiento con las nuevas regulaciones y poder dejar de usar la máquina en que existe en la limpiaduría de Occidental. Y eso, nuestra meta es eso, que deje de usar la máquina.
Sí, entiendo claramente eso y me gusta respetar las reglas. Siempre hemos estado al corriente con las regulaciones de AQMD y no hemos tenido ningún problema. No tenemos problemas con el subsuelo, no tenemos problemas con el landlord, no tenemos problemas con todos los que nos proveen servicios.
Okay, I understand, and that's also a goal. You know, we want to be in compliance with AQMD. Also, you know, we are in compliance with, you know, the terrain, with the landlord, with everything. You know, we never had any issues.
I appreciate that. And so it seems to me, from my perspective, that the only way that you are going to have an opportunity to become compliant is through utilizing your second facility, not via a variance, because it all hinges on your financial situation.
Okay, entiendo todo eso y aprecio que me lo mencione, pero para mí, la única manera que usted va a estar en cumplimiento de la norma va a ser usar el segundo local para continuar su negocio y estar y mantenerse en cumplimiento y no a través de la petición de la variante que usted está haciendo.
Did you have a question with that, Dr. Bernstein?
I think my questions have been answered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I do too. Senator, I will allow additional questions, but it's
You can allow anything. I'm the chair, and I'm a member of the board, and I have a right to speak.
Senator,
Me.
Can I just say something? All I want to say is we are going again over the same terrain. So if you have a different question that will have a different answer, otherwise, please hold it for deliberation and we can debate amongst ourselves.
I sure do appreciate the fact that the doctor made a foundation and made statements before we ask questions without interruption. I do appreciate that. My final question to the gentleman is this. You do make a difference now. Come on. My statement to the gentleman is, when did you acquire the machine? The machine in 2017, did you purchase the machine or did you open up the office, a new office? Did you start a new business there? Did you buy the business?
Just to clarify, the question is whether he bought the machine when he opened the business or the machine was existing when he bought the business. That's the question?
Existing when he bought the business.
Okay, so la pregunta a usted es, cuando usted usted mencionó que abrió su segundo local en el 2017. ¿Usted compró la máquina para abrir ese local o la máquina ya estaba existente en ese local cuando lo compró?
No, nosotros la compramos y todavía la estamos pagando. Todavía debemos alrededor de unos 40,000 pagando por la máquina mensualmente.
¿Todavía debe 40,000, dijo?
Sí.
Okay, no, we bought the machine when we opened the business.
Okay.
And we're still paying for it. We still owe about 40,000 on it. We're still making payments.
No further questions.
Okay, board members, are there any other questions that have not been answered? Because otherwise we could be here a very long time. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn over to Ms. Sue. Ms. Sue, did you wish to present any affirmative witnesses? I don't recall if you said that in your opening.
No, I do not need to present an affirmative witness.
Ms. Loza, would you like to?
Señor, le están preguntando a la señorita Sue si traía testigos para presentar, afirmando las cuestiones, pero dijo que no.
Ms. Sue, I just have a question that I ask without having to bring on witnesses. If you were to bring on a witness who could testify, and I think you have Ms. Lee with you today, regarding excess emissions, would Ms. Lee testify, as we've heard in the other matters, that the excess incremental cancer risk of using the PERC machine with 10 gallons of PERC over the course, I believe, of the year be 0.01 in a million?
Yes, that's correct.
And would she also testify that the excess emissions of using the PERC machine per day would be 0.22 pounds per day?
Yes, I believe so. We can have her quickly answer these questions if you would like.
Okay, let's do that if you do not know.
Question, do you want the interpreter to interpret what you?
We're gonna call the witness so that we have those answers.
Va a llamar al testigo que va a mencionar sobre los riesgos, ¿verdad? Del uso de esta máquina.
Okay. Ms.
A
Sue,
ver,
you want to call Ms. Lee?
Ms. Lee, if you. Good morning, Ms. Lee. Can you state your name and position?
Sure. My name is Shannon Lee, and I'm a supervising air quality engineer.
Mi nombre es.
And can you please spell your name?
Allow Ms. Loza to.
Sorry, Ms. Loza, go ahead.
Señorita Shannon Lee es un ingeniero que trabaja para el calidad de control del aire y va a presentar su declaración.
And did you take the oath this morning?
I did.
Great. And I think Ms. Prusak has specific questions you want to ask. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, at the sake of just doing this quickly, did you calculate an excess incremental cancer risk? And if so, what is it and what were the factors that went into it?
Yes, I calculated the risk to be 0.1, or the incremental increase to be 0.1 in a million, using the same assumptions in our past cases that I could review if you want to rehear them.
Let me have that interpreted and then.
La señorita Lee está calculando los riesgos, los factores de riesgo en el incremento de cáncer. El riesgo es 0.1 en un millón de riesgo que pudiera implementar, que pudiera causar a la población al uso al estar usando esta máquina en niveles que es generalizado en general.
And can you say how many gallons of PERC that assumed and how long of a period of time?
That assumed a usage of 10 gallons of PERC over 1 year.
Y esos riesgos, esos factores de riesgo vienen implicando el uso de 10 galones de PERC entre el periodo de 1 año.
Thank you. And did you calculate excess emissions per day of PERC?
Yes.
And what was that answer?
0.22 pounds per day.
Y las emisiones al aire sería 0.22 por día.
Thank you very much. Let me ask Mr. Baha, do you have any questions for Ms. Lee about that?
Señor Baja, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta para la señora Lee concerniente a eso?
No.
No.
And board members, any questions on that? Mr. Balagopalan.
I do have, Ms. Lee, you have a prepared report on this where you did your calculations and assumptions?
Yes.
And Ms. Prusak, and I know it's, can we get that as a part of the, not for this hearing, maybe for the, because we've been keep using this. So if we could get it as part of the record, that would be useful.
Sí, está haciendo la petición de poder pedir el informe para que sea parte de los elementos de prueba.
And we can ask that of district council who might, Ms. Sue and whoever else is watching this hearing. And perhaps we can have that for a future.
Okay, that way I can sort of also review what the assumptions were and so forth. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before I allow Ms. Lee? Senator.
Ms. Lee, have you performed an analysis of the emission level at the location in question?
Yes.
What was those
Está
levels?
preguntando si desempeñó un análisis del sistema ambiental del local en cuestión. Dijo que sí.
When and which time period did you perform those analysis? Did you perform those analyses?
These were done last week.
Sí, y estos estudios se llevaron a cabo la semana pasada.
Were you at the site when that was performed?
Was I at the location? No.
How did you perform the analysis?
We used assumptions based on what was submitted when they received their application or when they received their permit.
You made an assumption. Is that precise or just a guesstimation?
It's what they submitted when they applied for their permit. And so we used those same assumptions just like we would if we were normally permitting this piece of equipment.
When they applied for the permit?
When did they? 2011.
You think that those assumptions or those numbers in 2011 would be identical to the ones today if they were even trying to decline?
I couldn't say. That was all the information we had.
Did you ask them? You didn't ask them?
Excuse me, can we have the translator translate, please?
Right. Okay, entonces la pregunta que se está haciendo es de que si los análisis en qué se están basando en los estudios y información que se tiene a partir del cuando se obtenieron los permisos en el 2011. Entonces, basados en eso, se están tomando los análisis en comparación en los estudios al presente, teniendo las indicaciones, ¿verdad? O los niveles, ¿verdad? En estudio desde entonces y se están usando como una comparación que estarían a lo mismo.
Bahar, what's his name again? Mr.
Oh, are you going to ask a question of Ms.
I want his name so I can refer to him.
Baja?
Mr. Bahar. Ms. Lee, when you perform the analysis in Mr. Baha's location, is it a guesstimation, or was it reflective of the reduce an operation conditioned by the pandemic? Because he's not performing what he did in 2011.
Entonces la pregunta es que si en el análisis se está tomando en consideración el cambio de el disminuyo en operaciones debido a la pandemia.
The incremental increase in risk was calculated using the assumptions in the 2007 CAPCOA document that we've referenced before, using a combination of a point source and volume source. And so the only assumption we made is the use of 10 gallons of PERC per year as a baseline.
Entonces, la única asunción, lo único que han asumido que ha variado de acuerdo con los análisis de los escritos y la información que se tiene ya de base, es de que se está asumiendo que se están usando 10 galones de PERC por año.
And let me, Senator, before you ask your next question, remind us that earlier in the testimony, Mr. Baja said he was requesting to use 15 to 20 more gallons.
Well, she can do, please let me finish.
Pero tenemos que tener en mente que la declaración que el señor Baja dio antes era de que usaban entre 15 a 20 galones, más.
I just wanted to put that out there, but go ahead, Senator.
Nomás queríamos añadir eso. Go ahead.
At my age, I can lose my thought if you interrupt me. Carry on, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you were asking the assumptions that were used, that they,
Let me start all over
they
again.
were different.
My question is this. If Mr. Baha testified that his workload or the amount of work that is being done in the shop today is less than it was in 2011 based on the pandemic. Do you understand that, Ms. Lee?
Yes.
Okay, then your assumptions then would have to change based on what is currently using his workload is. Wouldn't you think so?
We calculated using 10 gallons of perk as a baseline because recently we've been hearing the board granting 1 gallon of perk per month. And so that was a similar analogous calculation that we can do.
On his testimony, what did he say in terms of perks, amount of perks that's being used?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you hear his testimony based on what he said he uses today?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
I believe he said 20 gallons.
A day?
A year is what I think I heard.
So 20.
I would like to clarify. I
Please
believe
clarify it.
Mr. Baha had said that he had purchased 20 gallons at the beginning of 2019, and that lasted him through 2019, 2020, and there's still solvent left in the machine. And for this coming year, he was planning on purchasing more to carry him through to the end of 2021.
Right, and
So that usage.
If Ms. Loza can translate that.
Yes, yes.
His usage is less than that. And
let Ms. Loza translate and then say, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, estamos hablando, se está hablando sobre los cálculos de uso del químico PERC, de que la asunción de que se toma para los análisis de riesgo es entre 10 galones, ¿verdad? Y en un año, la declaración que se dio anteriormente era que usted usó menos de 20 galones en el año 2019. Para el año 2019 todavía tenía poco del 2018, pero que para poder terminar con el 2000 tenía que comprar más, en el 2020, perdón. Y básicamente estaba usando entre 15 a 20 galones, lo cual era la asunción de los análisis es entre 10 galones por año. Pero aún con la pandemia, la pregunta a la señorita es cómo con la pandemia, cómo se está variando, qué tanto se está usando para saber cuál es el análisis y cumplimiento en comparación. Pero el uso que usted le estaba dando, aunque tenía residuo de anteriormente, aún era más de lo que se estaba del análisis.
Lee, so your estimation or assumption was based on a gallon per month?
It's 10 gallons over a year. A risk is always a yearly, based on a year basis. So the incremental increase in this case would be 0.1 in a million.
So, I'm sorry, carry on.
El riesgo, el uso se está calculando del riesgo a 10 galones por año, o aproximadamente 1 galón por mes, más o menos. Pero el riesgo, el factor de riesgo, estamos hablando de 0.1, por millón del uso.
Did you hear Mr. Baha's testimony where he stated he bought his last purchase was in 2019?
Yes.
Well, if you bought in 2019, you used in 2019 and 2020, and now it's 21, that's less than what your guesstimation is.
And therefore the risk will be less. If they use less than 10 gallons of perk, the incremental risk increase will be less than the 0.1.
That's why I ask you if you've done an analysis based on the emission at this location and at this time. You said you did it last month.
Mm-hmm.
It's incorrect.
Okay, let me ask
The
this.
emission levels are incorrect.
Miss Lee,
Can we have the translator translate?
Yes, thank you. La pregunta es de que están tratando de llegar a los niveles de uso entre el 2019 y 2020, y ahora estamos en el 2021, ¿verdad? ¿Cuál es la cantidad de uso que se va a estar dando en nivel de galones, ¿verdad? Y si usted usó menos del nivel de los 10 galones por año, entonces si el factor de riesgo sería menos, y que si se llevó a cabo un análisis basado en ese cambio, debido a que no se está abusando.
Miss Lee, did you also?
Finally, that
Wait,
the,
okay,
the
wait.
estimation based on the emission levels at the time they were permitted is less than permission levels today, and your analysis then should reflect that.
Can you
Correct?
explain that? And then I have a question.
Correct.
And can you translate?
I couldn't hear Mr. Holden's question. Can you go ahead and just briefly
Restate.
restate it, please?
I was saying to Ms. Lee, question, your analysis was based on when the data permit was granted 2011, and she performed another analysis of this last month. The assumptions, she used the word assumptions then and assumptions now, are therefore incorrect in as much as the workload has been substantially reduced based on the pandemic. So therefore the emission level is less today than it was. The assumption should be less than it was in 2011.
Okay,
I mean,
so el análisis que se llevó a cabo está basado en los hallazgos de 2011, el análisis que se llevó en 2011. Ahora, la señorita Lee menciona que ella llevó a cabo un análisis hace una semana. Ahora, asumiendo de que los niveles eran compatibles con el 2011. Pero debido a la pandemia se ha estado usando menos, la maquinaria se ha estado usando menos, entonces los niveles deberían ser menos en uso de lo que fue en el 2011. Entonces, la pregunta a ella es si debería de haber una variación en esos hallazgos de los análisis, y no nomás en comparación al 2011, sino más bien en comparación a lo que se está usando hoy día debido al bajo uso debido a la pandemia.
my final question, Ms. Lee.
Wait. Was that a question? Because I don't think Miss Lee answered it.
You did not answer.
I don't think she answered it.
Go ahead.
I said
Yes. Okay. Okay. You asked him a question.
La respuesta a eso fue sí.
Final question. The assumption for calculating your emissions using 2011 when they took the permit out, and based on the evidence which you've heard today, your assumption, therefore, the level of would change. Would you think so?
yes. If they operate less, their emissions or their risk and their risk will be lower.
Right. But you have no
Okay.
calculation for that.
La siguiente pregunta es de que basado en las calculaciones que hicieron en 2011 y basado en el riesgo o el uso que se ha dado ahora debido a la pandemia, si podemos asumir que el factor de riesgo han sido menos hoy día de lo que fueron entonces. Y la respuesta es sí. Se asumiría que es así.
So if
I found the question confusing because Ms. Lee testified she used certain assumptions from the permit, but She did not say she used the assumption of how, she said she assumed 10 gallons of PERC per year, not that she was assuming the gallons that was used many years ago. So the assumption that she is using is 10 gallons of PERC per year for this calculation. It is not based on when they submitted their permit application. The usage is based on the 10 gallons per year. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you.
Nomás se está aclarando el hecho de que la señorita Lee está usando, asumiendo del uso de a 10 galones por año, ¿verdad? No cuánto se usó en el 2011 o no cuánto se está usando ahorita, sino que se está asumiendo que son 10 galones por año, lo cual pudiera ser más en algunos casos. Pero los cálculos que ella tiene son basados en 10 galones por año.
Inasmuch as he will be required to pay an excessive emission fee, it should be relative to what he's using now instead of what he's using in 2011. Would you think that would be the case?
Wait, we don't rule on excess emission fees.
Well,
Number
you mentioned you told him in evidence
That's not
that
what
he used to pay an admission fee. You volunteered that to him. That he would you said you would be required to pay an admission fee. Do you understand that? That was your question to him. And what shall be that fee is the question that I'm trying to raise.
Okay, I'm going to explain that the excess emissions will be less than the minimum excess emission fees they would have to pay. So regardless of whether it's 0.22 or 0.1 or 0.3 or whatever it is, it's going to be less than the minimum. So they are required to pay $40 as a small business because that's the minimum excess fee. So that's not why I asked the question.
Ok, está aclarando el hecho de que anteriormente se le dijo que si estaba al tanto de que tenía que pagar una cuota por exceso de vapores. Entonces, que se exceden al aire. Pero la idea era de que la señorita está aclarando el hecho de que usted se requería pagar debido a que es un negocio pequeño, estaría pagando no un sobrante, sino el mínimo, una cuota de lo que es la más mínimo que se pudiera cobrar, porque es un negocio pequeño y las emisiones serían a un nivel menor en comparación. Entonces usted estaría pagándose lo más mínimo, que serían $40 por día.
And finally, I just want to say one thing, Senator, one thing. And that is, when we say excess emission fees and we do our balancing and weighing, it's always estimated. But when a petitioner pays excess emission fees, that is based on actual. So that gets adjusted later, and that's not part of our process. So I just want to be clear that whatever we say is the estimated excess emission fees, that's not the actual in the end. It's to be determined.
Okay, cuando se menciona que tiene que del exceso de el exceso de vapores, entonces y el estimado, entonces le estamos mencionando lo que es el requisito o lo que es el hallazgo, pero no es una determinación final porque todavía eso se tendría que analizar.
Ms. Lee, thank you for your honesty and your fairness.
Gracias por tu honestidad y por ser justa, señora Lee.
Okay. Okay, is it essential to our findings?
No, it's just a point of clarification. That's all. And I can, I think the statement state that the permit was issued. I think the permit that was issued in 2011 was for a change of operator. When I look at the permit, and I believe it, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Lee, that you used the information that was in the file that was probably previously done prior to the change operator and use that in your calculation you did last week.
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
Nomás está aclarando
when I look at the initial in the
información
permit.
que se usó es antes de que la información que existía en el antecedente cuando se otorgó el permiso.
Okay. Did you have anything more, Mr. Bellamy?
No.
Okay, board members, are we fully satisfied and we can allow Ms. Lee to go?
No further questions.
Okay. Anyone else?
¿Alguna pregunta para la señora Lee? Ya puede salir, tiene el permiso para poderse despedir.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Okay, so there are no other witnesses for the district. So at this time, what I'm going to do is look and see if there's any member of the public who is present today who wishes to be heard. And if you,
Ya el distrito ya dio su declaración. Ahora vamos a ver si hay personas o miembros del público que quisieran dar su opinión o quieran añadir algo.
and if you could indicate by either virtually raising your hand or otherwise indicating to the chair that you wish to be heard. But I don't know if I see anyone that we do not recognize. So I'll give a couple of moments.
Que le va a dar un par de minutos porque no sabemos si hay alguien del público que pueda levantar la mano y no sabemos si hay alguien presente o no.
Okay, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to open it up for closing statements, and then we're going to determine whether we should take a lunch break, because I do not want to go through to 2 o'clock again today. Okay, so, all right, Mr. Baha, if you would like to give a brief closing statement of your position before we end and close the hearing and deliberate.
Señor Baja, si usted quiere dar una declaración de cierre antes de que terminemos la audiencia de hoy, si quiere dar un breve comentario de lo que usted quisiera que ellos tuvieran en mente y para cerrar su caso, para cerrar la audiencia de hoy.
Sí, muchas gracias. Solamente pues agradecerles por el tiempo, por la comprensión. Y lamentablemente no esperábamos pasar estos tiempos tan difíciles porque veníamos avanzando bien. Mas, sin embargo, vemos que nuestra máquina de PERC es el motor del negocio, es el que nos ha ayudado bastante en prosperar y dar trabajo a otras familias. Y esas siguen siendo nuestras intenciones de seguir creando más empleos en esta ciudad, porque con eso pagamos impuestos y cual redundan en beneficio de todos.
Okay, I do thank everyone for allowing me to speak and to also allowing us to advance. Just keep in mind their PERC machine is what's allowing us to increase our revenue, also to be able to have more employees, to increase our business, and to be able to hire more people, allow us to pay our taxes, and to be able to, give us the opportunity to give us the time to comply with it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baha.
Gracias, señor Baja.
Ms. Sue, you're closing for the district.
Since the pandemic, the facility has lost revenue and fell behind on debt payments. In order to obtain financing for a non-PERC machine, the facility would need to reduce its debt. Thus, it would like to continue operating its PERC machine and continue providing its services. Prior to the pandemic, the petitioner said that they had a plan to finance the purchase of the non-PERC machine and to comply with the rule.
Okay, antes, ahorita durante la pandemia, hubo una pérdida de entrada, lo cual ha causado que tengan suficientes deudas y una reducción en personal. Y la idea era de poder tener suficientemente fondos para poder comprar una nueva máquina, y financiarla. Al momento, la idea es poder recuperar la entrada para poder llegar a estar en cumplimiento con la nueva máquina.
And petitioner has shown continued diligence in continuing to search for and apply for funds.
Y también demuestra que hay diligencia de parte de usted en buscar y procurar fondos para poder estar en cumplimiento.
The district appreciates its efforts that it has made so far.
Y el distrito aprecia mucho el esfuerzo que se ha hecho hasta ahorita.
However, with great difficulty, the district opposes this petition insofar as the facility appears to be able to comply with the rule.
Repeat the last portion, please.
However, with great difficulty, the district opposes this petition insofar as the facility appears to be able to comply with the rule.
Ok. Entonces, ahorita la agencia está en oposición a la petición debido a que parece que el local pudiera estar, tener la posibilidad de poder cumplir con las reglas.
It can continue its business without using its perk machine at this time.
Puede continuar el negocio sin tener que usar la máquina de perk en este periodo de tiempo, hoy día.
If in the future, the business finds this is not feasible or sustainable, it can petition the hearing board again.
Si en el futuro se diera cuenta de que esto no se puede llevar a cabo así, entonces puede abrir otra nueva petición con la agencia.
The facility has shown it may be able to curtail its operations by using the hydrocarbon machine at its second location.
Porque la agencia o el negocio puede continuar su negocio y puede cortar el uso de la máquina por medio de usar la máquina hidrocarbono que tiene en el segundo local.
If the variance is granted, the district would like the hearing board to enter a condition to curtail operations.
Si se le otorgara la petición del variante, entonces la agencia tiene el deber de poder poner condiciones, ¿verdad? Y recortar, poner las condiciones de uso.
The district would also like to take this opportunity to clarify something that came up during the hearing board's questioning.
Y la agencia también, perdón, si la agencia quiere aclarar una pregunta que surgió durante la audiencia.
The district visited facilities with active perk permits in 2019.
Repeat that, please.
The district visited facilities with active perk permits in 2019.
Que la visita al local mostró que tiene permisos vigentes desde 2019.
The district did not visit this facility's second location, or I should say the petitioner's second location, which had a hydrocarbon machine.
La agencia no visitó al segundo local que tiene la máquina de hidrocarbono.
We would also like to note, if the variance is not granted, to be in compliance, the perk machine would need to be disconnected from utilities.
Y también queremos estar al tanto que si no se le otorga la petición, que la máquina de perk se tiene que desconectar del local.
And all solvent drained from the machine tanks to render them non-operational as described in recent letters sent in September, October, and December.
Y que se tiene que dejar saber que todos los líquidos tienen que descartarse de acuerdo con las normas, como se mencionó en la información que se le mandó en septiembre, octubre y diciembre. Perdón, noviembre. Septiembre, octubre, noviembre.
We thank Mr. Baja and Mr. Delgadillo for their time today.
Y le damos las gracias, señor Baja y señor Delgadillo, por estar presentes hoy en su tiempo.
Thank you. Board members, anticipating that we may have a lengthy discussion as we did yesterday, I would think it would be prudent to take our lunch. The board members agree? Yes, okay. Why don't we take a 45-minute lunch break. And we will come back at 1:15. And at that time, the hearing will be closed and board members will at that time deliberate and make a decision. Okay.
Entonces,
And
se va a tomar un receso de 45 minutos para el almuerzo, donde se van a juntar otra vez la mesa directiva para hacer, a deliberar los asuntos y como a la 1:45 cerrar la audiencia. So go ahead.
And when we again leave for our break, please don't leave the Zoom hearing, but do mute your microphone and you can turn off your video. And we will,
Cuando se- Go ahead.
and we'll be back on the record at 1:15.
Entonces vamos a volver a cuando salgan para la audiencia, no se salgan del canal del Zoom, déjelo puesto, pero apague su micrófono, su cámara, hasta que regrese a la 1:15, ¿verdad? Donde se va a continuar con las finales de la audiencia.
We are off the record and we'll be back at 1:15.
Ok, vamos a salir y regresamos a la 1:15.
Someone's audio is still on and it's coming over the recording.
Ms. Loza, you're doing a great job in translating.
Oh, thank you. It can get technical sometimes, but it's hard to, sometimes it's hard to transmit the information without being over technical, but then yet staying within.
And losing their sense.
Right, and for it to be understandable for him.
Mhm.
I got caught up reviewing another case. Give me one
What's
second.
that?
I'll be right back.
I was just telling Ms. Loza that she's doing a great job in translating.
Mohan, how do you know?
Huh?
I said, how do you know? I'm sure
What's-
she's doing a great job. Just kidding.
I can catch some words here or there. I can get the gist of it. I'm using an app called Duolingo. I'm trying to learn it too. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
It's a translation app, or
No, it actually walks you through exercises and, you know, and
actually how to speak a different language?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's really good. You know,
It's called Duolingo?
Duolingo.
Duolingo.
Duo.
Duolingo.
And it's been reminding me I haven't done it in several days.
Right. That's me. My kids always, they try to say, okay, we got to do it for so much time. And whoever falls off got to buy lunch for everybody.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So far, I've only had to buy lunch twice.
I feel like that's, I started to get back into chess after watching the Queen's Gambit. I don't know if
Yeah, I saw that.
it's really great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, now there's 300 million chess sites to go to. So, starting to get back into it.
Mohan, I was reviewing a webcast, so I was going over an order that I had done, and all of a sudden I heard your voice, and I was like, why didn't I mute your microphone? And then I realized that you were talking, and the guy said, "Oh my God, it's almost time." Okay, we're waiting for. What do we have? Oh. Okay, it looks like we may have lost Cynthia. Did we lose Cynthia?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me check over.
Gotta try to be quicker next time so that we don't fall in this time.
Right. This is
Waiting
the
for
time
Senator. I see he's still here, so we'll just, but we clearly have dropped Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Okay, she is on the phone trying to get back in, so let's give it hopefully just a little bit.
Estamos esperando que entre la señora Verdugo Peralta para poder continuar.
While we're waiting, I was reviewing that December 16th case, so I was almost done. I had just marked which ones I was pulling. I was going to put them in order, and I'm not done yet.
Okay, appreciate it, because that's one that
you said you really needed. So
yeah, I'm trying to be done with December.
I have a pre-hearing. I think it's today. Did I make the pre-hearing today? No.
I think it is at 4 though.
4 or 3. I think I made it at 3.
4.
Oh, Cynthia's back. It's at 4.
I've been trying for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Senator, are you back? Waiting for the senator.
Estamos esperando que entre el senador.
Senator, are you present, Senator Holden?
Not in the attendees column, Madam Chair.
Oh, I do see he is still here on the Zoom.
Right.
Not here. Was Al Teresa gonna call? Yes, okay.
Okay, I did call his number and it went to voicemail, so I will try again.
Thank you. Cynthia, did you start trying to turn your computer off at night? Try that.
Well, I'm noticing that it's at this time almost every day, whether I'm with AQMD or not. So it seems to me that it's all of the load for everybody else who's trying to work from home.
Yeah. As I've said before, 11 to 2 is heavy anywhere, no matter who you're providing. I'm sorry, Julie.
Oh, no. We'll always wait.
It's, I don't care if it's Spectrum, Cox, or Frontier. It's heavy.
Whomever, yeah.
Yeah, whomever.
By the way, Paul, what is VPN?
On
Like one of my screens comes up and says your VPN is off.
Oh, virtual personal network.
Like a hotspot?
Yeah, the VPN is like where we use to connect to the network here. Like I'm here in CC4 today, but to VPN in, like I'll VPN in from my house to get to my network lines from home. So most of the AQMD employees that are working off site from home, in order to get to the network drives, they need to VPN in home. So it's a procedure and a process they go through. Go ahead.
We just asked them, were you able to reach the senator?
It rang through this time, but he didn't pick up. So I did ask him to call us if he's having any problems, but I don't know.
See, the magic thing is as soon as you dial the number, then you come back on. That's what always happens to me.
Mm-hmm.
Estamos esperando al senador. Está en línea, pero todavía no se conecta.
Oh, Teresa, are you sure the pre-hearing is for 4 o'clock?
I'll check. That's what I was told this morning, but I will check.
Okay, because last I spoke to Rosalinda, we were going to make it 3, but maybe they weren't available.
I think
Karen Manwaring, on behalf of the district,
Yes.
district attorneys will be prepared to appear at 4.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. All right, for me, it's 6 of 1.
Okay, I was able to reach him. He'll be on in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Faye.
Unos minutos más.
Ah, wonderful. Not even a few minutes, just a few seconds.
Segundos.
Back, Senator. Okay, so since we are all here. Ms. Sue, she had jumped in and jumped back out, so I think you are here. We are back on the record, and board members, we are at deliberation, and if anyone would like to begin, anyone wish to begin?
Estamos en las deliberaciones y estamos otra vez en el antecedente. Se está grabando.
Should I pull up the 6 findings? Would that be helpful, board members, to have the shared screen, or then I can't see you all? Or we'll just go over them. Okay, Mr. Balagopalan, you raised your hand. You wish to begin.
Yes, I do have difficulty making the 6 findings. Not all of them, but you know, they are in violation of the permit condition 203B if they operate the machine beyond December of 30th, 2020, but they're currently not operating, so they're not. But the moment they operate, they'll be in violation of the permit condition and the rule. But the area that we have difficulties is whether it was beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner. I think when the petitioner, I believe he said he bought the business in 2011. So from the permit, it looked like it was a change of operator. So there was an existing, but he knew about PERC. I think he also tested.
Sorry, I think Dr. Bernstein is raising his hand.
I was just going to say, maybe she should interpret what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot, Ms. Loza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're doing such a great job. You don't want to mess that up now.
No.
Thank you. Okay. Estamos hablando sobre las deficiencias o el poder estar en quebrantamiento de las reglas, no todas las 6 reglas, pero que el hecho de que si no lo está operando a partir de diciembre de 2020, no estaría en violación o quebrantamiento de la regla, pero si continúa usándolo, sería un quebrantamiento de la regla. Ahí también el hecho que a partir de 2011, después de que agarró los permisos y empezó en operación, estaba al tanto de que este cambio era inminente, que se tenía que llevar a cabo. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Loza, and I will slow down and pause. And I think Mr. Knew of the requirement to phase out PERC, because when he bought the new new location, he bought the hydrocarbon machine, which is compliant. Doesn't have to meet 1421.
Entonces, usted estaba al tanto de las reglas, ¿verdad? Porque al partir, cuando usted decidió comprar el nuevo local, estuvo dispuesto a comprar el nuevo local y a instalar la nueva máquina de hidrocarbono para estar en cumplimiento con la regla del 1421.
And I also believe it was his intention to replace the existing PERC with the hydrocarbon machine, but then the pandemic hit.
Y estoy al tanto que la idea era poder cambiar la máquina de PERC existente, traerla al día con una de hidrocarbono, pero en ese entonces es cuando entró la pandemia.
And it's really unfortunate that he's not able to secure funding, SBA loans and other grants. I think that Mr. Delgado mentioned, you know, and it's not that they pursued different avenues to get the funding for it, but they were not successful.
Y desafortunadamente sabemos que estuvo tratando de procurar cómo asegurar los fondos para poder hacer el cambio, ¿verdad? Y es desafortunado que no pudo encontrar, ¿verdad?, los fondos de la administración de pequeñas empresas o algunas becas, otorgándole, ¿verdad?, los fondos para poder hacer el cambio que usted estaba esperando.
And I hope you'll continue to pursue, especially with the SBA loans, because there's a recent release saying that there's more loans available, and specifically they mentioned cleaners, dry cleaners, and so forth. So I hope you'll continue to look for financing.
Y espero que continúe procurando obtener fondos, préstamos especialmente con la Asociación de Pequeñas Empresas, que es en inglés las sílabas SBA, porque parece que con estos cambios últimos que hubo, ¿verdad? Una de esos es poder atraer fondos a las pequeñas empresas y especialmente a las limpiadurías.
However, I don't see a path to compliance, and I don't see how at least the board can grant a variance and in his testimony was for 11 months and with essentially no restrictions on the poundage. He could.
Entonces, pero desafortunadamente, miro como la mesa directiva, no entiendo cómo pudieran otorgarle a utilizarle la apelación de las variantes, ¿verdad? Basado en su declaración, que la pide por 11 meses, ¿verdad? Y básicamente sin restricciones.
Well, it's fortunate he has another location where he can potentially take his clothing to be cleaned over there. But I think he explained some of the difficulties and challenges in doing that, and it's understandable.
Okay, y para su posición y buena fortuna es el hecho de que tiene otro local donde puede llevar los artículos para hacer la limpieza, ¿verdad? Y usarlos y a la vez, desafortunadamente, no podemos, perdón. Can you repeat the last portion, please?
I think I said it's understandable why, and I think Ms. Pruzak outlined an option, and I thought it was a clever, good option, but I can also understand why that might not be financially feasible.
Okay, entonces la señora Pruzak le mencionó opciones, ¿verdad? De lo que pudiera hacer para poder continuar con el cumplimiento y poder hacer como una opción, ¿verdad? Pero también desafortunadamente pues entendemos que financieramente pudiera ser no posible para usted.
And his testimony was that we should allow him to continue to use PERC to allow him to increase his revenue so he can then generate more business and then have the down payment and need time until he can comply with, until he can replace the machine. But that is not I don't see that as a path forward that's so vague because it's depending on so many different outside influences.
Okay. Y una de las opciones que usted mencionó en la declaración era que quería poder continuar usándolo para poder continuar incrementando sus entradas, ¿verdad? Y tiempo para poder tener los fondos para poder hacer el reemplazo de la máquina, ¿verdad? Pero desafortunadamente no lo miremos como una opción porque es algo que va a depender de las circunstancias externas existentes, ¿verdad? Y que no sabemos cuál pudiera ser el resultado.
In general, the variances we have granted to other dry cleaners, they did show a path forward. They were willing to take a limit on the per consumption or the pounds of clothes cleaned, and also proof or submit proof that they have a purchase agreement in place or about to take place.
De acuerdo con otras peticiones que hemos tenido de las variantes de otras limpiadurías, es el hecho de que están indispuestos a continuar o con los límites de libras que pueden usar, ¿verdad? Que pueden limpiar y también el tiempo límite, ¿verdad? Y están dispuestos a someter información como muestra, ¿verdad? O prueba, ¿verdad? De que están están de acorde con las regulaciones que se les están.
However, from the evidence he presented and from his testimony, that does not look like an option for him. So for those reasons, I cannot support the variance.
Okay. Pero debido a las opciones que usted otorgó, en su declaración y las variantes que usted propone, ¿verdad? Yo no miro como una opción el poder autorizarle esta variante.
Thank you, Mr. Balagopalan.
Señor Pablo, gracias.
Additional thoughts? Ms. Verdugo Peralta and then Dr. Bernstein.
Señora
Thank you,
Verdugo.
Madam Chair. In looking at all of the findings that we need to look at for this case and the other cases, I also am finding it difficult to see that they have a path to compliance. They are luckier than most of the dry cleaners that we have had come before us in the sense that they've got a second location. And if I may, one of the options that you discussed, Madam Chair, I think was a very good option.
You want to stop though and allow, just take breaks and allow.
Oh, I keep on forgetting. So sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, entonces, basado en la información que tenemos, se me hace muy difícil poder autorizar a la variante, ¿verdad? Que está pidiendo. Usted es una persona afortunada en comparación, muy afortunada en comparación de, o su negocio es muy afortunado en comparación de otros negocios que vienen ante nosotros y que tenemos que tener en mente, ¿verdad? Con el hecho de que usted mencionó que tiene 2 locales, ¿verdad? Otro local donde del cual se puede operar. Coger, Mr. Peralta.
The way I see it is that there are really 2 options that you may consider.
La manera que yo lo veo es que hay 2 opciones de las cuales usted puede considerar.
One would be that you keep both locations and that you take the clothes from the main one where the perk machine is, not utilize that perk machine and take them to the second location that you said is about 20 minutes away, which is not really that far. I understand what your concerns are.
Okay, entonces la primera opción sería el mantener abiertos los 2 locales, no usar la máquina de perk en el primer local, llevar la ropa del primer local al segundo local, que usted mencionó que está como a 20 minutos, cuando se considera en realidad no es una gran distancia, ¿verdad? Para poder llevar a cabo el trabajo. Go ahead.
Okay, so on that first scenario, you'd still have to be paying lease or rent for both locations. However, go ahead, I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Entonces, en la primera nota, usted tiene un arrendamiento, en un contrato de arrendamiento en los 2 locales, los cuales tiene que estar pagando.
However, the alternative could be that you do move the hydrocarbon machine from the second location to the first location.
Entonces, la alternativa sería que moviera la máquina de hidrocarbono del segundo local al primer local.
Especially when you're saying that it is a bad location at the second location and you would just concentrate on the first.
Especialmente cuando usted menciona que el segundo local no es un buen local y que se concentraría usted en el primero.
You could possibly get rid of that lease, which is a cost to you. I don't know what your lease agreement is, and or sublease it.
Usted pudiera, desligarse del arrendamiento de ese o poder, no sé cuánto le cuesta el poder, la renta de ese local, pero también pudiera usted subrentarlo a alguien secundario.
And in that case, you would be saving a lot of money by not paying that lease.
Y en esa manera usted estaría ahorrándose mucho dinero por no tener que pagar la renta de ese otro local.
For us to grant you the 11 months that you're requesting, it's far too much time, and to utilize PERC during that time, since it is such a carcinogenic solvent.
Para que usted estuviera para nosotros otorgarle el periodo de 11 meses, es un periodo muy largo, ¿verdad? Donde cual usted estaría usando la máquina de PERC, lo cual es un carcinógeno. Entonces, en realidad es un tiempo muy largo.
Especially since you knew about it, since at least 2011. Well, I understand that you had a plan that you were going to purchase the new machine this year. The pandemic spoiled all of those plans. I understand that.
Okay, y especialmente cuando usted estaba al tanto de ese cambio eminente desde el 2011 y estamos al tanto que usted tenía planes de hacer el cambio. Desafortunadamente la pandemia, ¿verdad?, arruinaron esos planes.
So, like I said before, you are luckier than most because you have a good alternative to be able to still keep a business going. However, for those reasons and what my fellow board member, Mr. Balagopalan, mentioned, I cannot support this variance either.
Entonces, como ya le mencioné, usted es más afortunado que muchos otros dueños de negocio, ¿verdad? Y al tener dos locales. Y como ya mencioné yo anteriormente, y el señor Pollack mencionó anteriormente, por esas razones, yo no puedo, las razones ya declaradas y las que declaró el señor, yo no puedo tampoco autorizar esta petición.
But luckily you do have some positive options.
Pero afortunadamente usted tiene opciones positivas con las cuales puede trabajar.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Baha, the difficulty with granting a variance is that the purpose of granting the variance is to give you some latitude to have a game plan to come to compliance with Rule 1421 regarding the Occidental location. There is valid, oh, no, I forgot.
Sorry, no problem. Entonces, señor Baja, la situación aquí es el que nosotros tenemos que darle, o sea, tener lo que se pide es tener la latitud, ¿verdad? Para poder otorgarle una autorización para poder llegar a estar en cumplimiento con las reglas de las reglas 1421.
This requires action from you and your associates, not simply relying on what will happen with the vaccination and the pandemic, because none of us actually know what will happen with that.
Entonces, eso lleva a que usted tenga que tomar decisiones junto con sus asociados basados en información más concreta, no nomás basados en lo que harían las vacunas y lo que va a ocurrir con la pandemia, que es en realidad algo que nosotros no sabemos.
It is incumbent upon you to continue to look at the SBA loans, as well as potentially availing yourself of the financial incentive grant programs that the district offers to come up with the financing to purchase a new non-PERC dry cleaning.
Okay. Entonces, eso va a depender de usted y básicamente cae sobre sus hombros el poder buscar préstamos del SBA, que son para préstamos para las pequeñas empresas, o también algunos bonos del distrito para poder financiar el poder obtener una máquina que sea non-PERC, que sea contrario al PERC, entonces para poder llevar a cabo o cumplir con el requisito.
Because of your prior actions in establishing a new facility with a non-perk dry cleaning machine
debido a sus acciones previas de poder abrir un local con una máquina que sea no perk,
you have the opportunity to curtail the use of perk and send your dry cleaning from one location to another, which I do not see as a hardship, but as a solid option to continue operating and being in compliance.
Entonces usted tiene la oportunidad, usted tiene la responsabilidad de maniobrar y los asuntos para poder usar el segundo local para desempeñar el trabajo, dejar de operar la máquina de perk, ¿verdad? Y poder, usted tiene opciones que de otra manera no tuviera.
And although this may require additional cost to provide the transportation from one location to another, it should also enable you to continue to conduct and grow your business as is permitted.
Entonces también en la primera circunstancias de que en realidad las opciones que tiene, usted tiene opciones de poder seguir trabajando, lo cual no significaría una dificultad en su negocio, sino más bien tiene la posición para poder continuar trabajando, ¿verdad? Y continuando incrementando su trabajo a pesar de las circunstancias para poder incrementar también sus fondos.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Senator, did you wish to be heard?
Mr. Barr, I'm a public member of this board. You're a member of the public.
Yo soy un miembro público de esta mesa directiva, señor Baja.
You may not know this, but I've been serving the public between 40 and 50 years.
Quizás usted no esté al tanto, pero yo he estado sirviendo al público entre 40 y 50 años.
During that time period, I have not imposed any hardships on the public in any way.
Durante ese periodo de tiempo, yo no he anteponido unas dificultades financieras al público en ninguna forma o manera.
Unlike my conduct on this board recently, I will not continue to do what the board has done and I've done as relates to these cleaning businesses.
Por lo que, como miembro del público, yo no continuaría haciendo lo que el cuerpo de la mesa directiva están haciendo basado en las necesidades del público.
I'm of the belief that each of the business owners that have come before us have given us an honest response to what's required in 1421.
Que yo soy un fuerte creyente y de que todos los negociantes que han venido ante nosotros para hacer la petición están también para darnos su declaración de las circunstancias en cumplimiento de la ley 1421.
The board has required that certain conditions be met, imposed in order to get a variance. Are you aware of that?
La mesa directiva es una petición de que ciertas normas y medidas se impongan para poder autorizarle su petición de la variante.
And each business owner have accepted the conditions for which a variance was granted.
y cada dueño de negocio acepta las condiciones de las cuales se les piden para poder otorgarles la petición.
We have had some business owners say, I can tell you what you want to hear, but I don't want to lie to you about what I can do and what I can't do.
Okay, tenemos algunos dueños de negocio que vienen y nos dicen, yo te puedo decir, mentir y decir lo que quieres oír, en contrario a lo que yo puedo hacer.
You may not know this, but each of them have accepted the variance under the conditions that presented to them.
Quizás usted no está al tanto, pero cada uno de ellos ha aceptado las condiciones que se les han otorgado como condición para poderles proveer y autorizar la variante.
You have been, the public owners have been, in my opinion, very honest with the members of this board during the hearing.
Usted como miembros del público han sido bastante honestos hacia los miembros de la mesa directiva.
Based on the conditions imposed for the variance, they may not,
Las condiciones basadas para la variante.
They may not comply with those conditions, and they may or may not be an enforcement.
Puede que se cumpla o no se cumplan las reglas para esta petición, ¿verdad? Y que no estén reforzándose. Posible o posible no.
Therefore, it's my belief that in those circumstances, you have been given a, I'm sorry.
Por lo tanto, yo creo que dadas las circunstancias,
you and those others have been put in positions where you really can't comply. You'll have to deceive us, and you have to close your business for non-performance.
Que se le ha puesto en una posición donde posiblemente no pueda cumplir y que siempre haya la posibilidad de que tenga que cerrar su negocio.
As each of them have stated, with certain conditions, I will be forced to close my doors.
Como cada uno de ellos declararon, con ciertas condiciones, se me va a ser inminente tener que cerrar mis puertas.
And my position is my opinion, that is, they have been, each of them been honest with the members of this board.
Entonces, en mi opinión, cada uno de ellos han sido suficientemente honestos en su posición, en su declaración.
Whereas each of the businesses, including you maybe, hopefully, will accept the variance with the conditions imposed.
Entonces, cada uno de estos negocios, incluyéndolo a usted, para poder obtener la petición, la aceptación de la petición, entonces han aceptado las condiciones antepuestas por medio de la mesa directiva.
Your option will be to accept the variance under those conditions or close your business.
Su opción sería aceptar las variaciones o las regulaciones que ellos le están anteponiendo o cerrar su negocio.
So therefore, I understand, I'm sympathetic to the plight or the hardship that's been imposed on you.
Entonces, por lo tanto, yo entiendo y comprendo ¿verdad? La dificultad que se ha puesto ante usted.
Therefore, you will listen to the conditions whereby there'll be a path to whatever the path is going to be to achieve the goal. And you'll decide if you want to accept the variance under those conditions.
Entonces, por lo tanto, usted quiere escuchar cuidadosamente cuáles son los pasos a seguir, ¿verdad? Y las metas a las que se quiere llegar, cuáles son las decisiones y las variaciones o las regulaciones que le están anteponiendo para poder aceptar la petición.
For the record, my position will be
Para que conste en el acta, mi posición es
that the business owners have said yes in opposition to the time frame that each of them have requested.
que los dueños del negocio de limpiaduría acepten o digan sí al tiempo permitido, ¿verdad? Que la mesa directiva está anteponiendo.
Going forward, I will not concur. I will not concur, I repeat, to those conditions for a pathway which does not exist under those circumstances.
Por la misma parte, yo no estoy de acuerdo o yo no estaría de acuerdo con las condiciones para seguir adelante.
I see this as a hardship imposed on you because of the pandemic, over which you have no control.
Yo miro esto como una dificultad que se ha puesto ante usted como resultado de la pandemia, de lo cual usted no tiene ningún control.
I can only wish you well and good health and do the best you can.
Bien, buena salud.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, here's my thoughts since I haven't spoken yet. First of all, I just want to address some of the things that were just said, finding it extremely disappointing that a member of the board would impugn the good work of this board.
Se me hace muy difícil poder aceptar las cosas, quiero traer atención a las cosas que se acaban de decir. Se me hace muy, muy difícil pensar, ¿verdad? Que un miembro de nuestra mesa directiva, ¿verdad? Haga declaraciones que están en desacuerdo con.
This board has had many days of many hearings, listening intently and asking diligent questions to derive evidence to support findings and variances in these dry cleaner cases.
Que esta mesa directiva ha pasado meses, días, deliberando, buscando, investigando diligentemente, haciendo preguntas, ¿verdad? Para poder llegar a un acuerdo en las circunstancias de las variantes, en lo que tiene que ver con el sistema de las limpiadorías.
I wholeheartedly disagree with an assessment that this board has been adopting variances with conditions that have not been supported by the evidence in each individual case.
Yo estoy de corazón, no acepto la opción que se menciona de que es la mesa directiva no está en cumplimiento con las evidencias y que no están basándose en los hallazgos como opciones.
I further disagree that this board has been adopting variances which will not be complied with or cannot be complied with. Again, every variance matches the specific evidence that we receive, and every variance constitutes an order which is binding upon the petitioner who has requested it and the facility that gets it. And so violations are violations.
Can you go ahead and break a little bit, please?
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. Entonces, estoy en desacuerdo con el hecho de que la mesa directiva dice que han encontrado están, evidencias o que no está en cumplimiento con las evidencias, ¿verdad? Lo cual, you go ahead and repeat the last portion, please.
I don't recall what my last part was. However, my only point was our variances are binding upon any facility. And so they do comply because they are required to.
Okay, entonces nuestras variantes, no, estoy en desacuerdo que nuestras variantes no están en cumplimiento porque sí están en cumplimiento porque se tiene que hacer una investigación y tenemos que apegarnos y cumplir las variaciones que se requieren.
The final general statement I'd like to make before I get to this matter, which is all we should be discussing, is that variances are not a right. They are an extraordinary measure, just as emitting PERC or any other air contaminant above allowable limits is not a right.
Okay, entonces lo único que quiero traer la atención antes de cerrar es de que el poder cumplir con las variantes es un derecho al igual que una compañía poder emitir los excedentes, emitir las variantes del PERC. No es un derecho o permitido sin límite.
Thank you. To this actual matter, I fall in different ways on the finding.
Point of personal privilege.
Excuse me?
Point of published privilege, personal privilege.
I'm sorry, what are you?
Point of personal privilege, meaning that I have a right to defend myself.
I'm sorry, we're discussing the findings and I'm simply.
You're going to go elaborate beyond that. That's why I asked for point of public privilege.
It's my turn. You had your turn and you impugned the good work of this board. I would like to now do the good work of this board. And we can disagree. That does not mean that this board does not do a good job. And I take.
Okay. El que un miembro y la mesa directiva están en desacuerdo en algo no significa que no están haciendo un buen trabajo.
It's very odd. So I would like right now to go over the findings. I haven't done that. Every member of this board has given their opinion on that. So I'm going to do that.
Chair, I'm entitled to a response to a personal privilege. If you're the chair, you should know that you're a lawyer too.
Senator, I am not sure why you want to have this fight. However,
it's not a fight. It's not a fight. It's not a fight. It really is where you chair the meetings. It's the point of personal privilege, and you did impugn. You attacked me.
I didn't attack.
The response.
This board has been adopting variances.
I have a right. There you go. I have a right to respond. Ask me what's my point. That's the next question. Should be, what is your point of personal privilege? That's what you should ask me.
You know what, Senator, you have the floor. And then when you're done, I'm going to go over the 6 findings, which is all we should be doing.
That'd be very good. I appreciate that. It's a process.
You're welcome.
Let them know what would you interpret it.
Va a continuar. Go ahead, ma'am.
I have nothing to say. I'm waiting for the senator to say whatever he wants. And when he's done, I'm going to go over the 6 findings as I see them.
I never at any time.
Una vez que termine el senador de hablar, ella va a repasar las 6 cuestiones que están entonces ¿Cuáles
this
son los
board,
hallazgos finales?
for the action they've taken. You got that? It's understandable that the board is put in a position, which I've expressed many times, that as they require compliance with 1421, that it's sometimes very often beyond the control of the company to comply with those conditions. Go ahead, ma'am, you can tell them.
Entonces, lo que está diciendo que a veces, a pesar de que la mesa directiva está tratando de llegar al cumplimiento, de seguir el código 1421, que a veces para muchos dueños se les hace muy difícil llegar a ese cumplimiento.
And I come to that conclusion because witnessing some of the frustration on some of the owners, like one man was crying, which is a surprise to me. Go ahead.
Entonces, para muchos miembros o dueños de negocios, ¿verdad? Se les hace bastante frustrante al punto de que uno de ellos, se soltó en llanto, ¿verdad? Al tener que llegar a ese cumplimiento.
Therefore, I see this problem as an enforcement problem, whereas they may agree to certain conditions. Enforcement is going to be very difficult to comply. That's my opinion.
Reforzar va a ser bien difícil, ¿verdad? El proveer debido a las circunstancias.
It's a hardship on the board. I'm not complaining about the board. I just understand the unique set of circumstances for which they have to operate.
Impuesta ante el dueño.
Thank you.
It indeed has been a hardship on all the facilities who have come before us with regard to 1421 and on this board.
Sí, ha sido una dificultad para todos los diferentes negocios que han venido ante nosotros y definitivamente para también la mesa directiva que tiene que tomar esas decisiones.
Okay, with regard to the 6 findings, I agree it's difficult, but I want to say some of the things that I've heard that have been very positive from this petitioner.
Okay, en cuanto tiene que ver con las 6 diferentes puntos que se tienen que llegar a un acuerdo, ha sido bastante difícil, pero también hay muchos puntos que han sido positivos en lo que tiene que ver con este dueño específicamente o este negocio específicamente.
First of all, petitioner clearly has been attempting to be diligently turning over to compliant machines beginning in 2017 with its other second facility.
Primeramente, el dueño ha sido bastante diligente en poder proveer y estar en cumplimiento con las nuevas reglas, ¿verdad? Especialmente a partir de 2017, cuando compró el segundo local y procuró buscar la máquina que estaba en cumplimiento.
Second of all, I think it's clear, and I think the board appreciates it, and I think it looks good for petitioner that you have been doing everything you can not to operate the PERC machine in violation of 1421 this year.
Y también es aparente y apreciamos mucho, la mesa directiva aprecia mucho que usted como dueño ha tratado de hacer todo lo posible por mantenerse en cumplimiento de la ley 1421 y tratar de no usar la máquina PERC en este año.
A path to compliance doesn't always have to be the same for every case in terms of making sure that new compliant machine is purchased at a particular time.
Okay, el cumplimiento no necesariamente significa lo mismo para todas las compañías o quiere decir que tienen que comprar inmediatamente una máquina en ese periodo de tiempo.
And I think that Ms. Verdugo Peralta very well laid out some of the paths to compliance that can be followed by petitioner.
Y la señora Verdugo Peralta hizo un análisis bastante concreto de los pasos que puede seguir para mantenerse en un cumplimiento.
We talked a little bit about the costs involved in continuing to move the clothing from this location to the El Segundo location.
Tuvimos en mente el costo involucrado en lo que involucraría mover la ropa de un primer local al segundo local en el segundo.
It seemed that the costs would be somewhere between $400 to $500 or so, given above what the cost would be for excess emission fees.
Entonces parece que el costo sería entre $400, $500, un poco más arriba de lo que sería pagar el costo de pagar las emisiones.
And that's on a per week basis, I should clarify.
Y esto sería basado en de semana a semana.
That doesn't seem, in my mind, to be an unreasonable taking a property or an unreasonable hardship.
Para mí eso no parece ser una cantidad no razonable para causar dificultades al negocio.
However, I would not be opposed to a limited variance if other board members were open to it, which would allow for limited use of the perk machine while the petitioner gets the affairs in order in terms of hiring a driver and getting the required insurance.
Okay. Sin embargo, yo no me opongo a que hubiera un uso limitado de la máquina de PERC para darle, mientras el negocio obtiene un conductor y obtiene el seguro requerido para poder manejar y arreglar los asuntos para poder seguir adelante con el cambio y poder usar la otra máquina.
And then, because as of today, I don't know that I could make the finding that they could curtail operations in lieu of a variance, because even though they've been taking the measure of moving it over there, I think that the testimony and evidence was that they are not yet prepared to continue to move forward in that manner.
Que hoy día no estoy segura si se puede hacer los cambios, porque a pesar de que están tomando las medidas de mover y transferir la carga o la ropa para el otro lugar, no estoy todavía segura si están preparados para hacer el cambio.
Any additional thoughts or any thoughts on that, or Mr. Balagopalan?
I think we did bring those issues up, and it was, I did bring, I think, the question of the 800 pounds, and that's not something he can accept. He needed much more. And I think the issue, you brought up the issue of maybe getting the driver, taking this clothing to the other place, but I think he also pointed out that that's not a viable option for him at this point. So I think those issues have been brought up and discussed. So I don't see us imposing some conditions that that he already said that he, cannot do or will not, cannot accept. What he wants is to continue using it per. It's a great solvent for dry cleaning. Unfortunately, it's a toxic contaminant, and so, but that's what I've heard so far. So I can't see us going back and crafting conditions to which he said no.
Okay, entonces la petición se ve hecho de que posiblemente se le pudiera permitir las 800 libras hasta que haga el cambio, conseguir un conductor que pueda llevar la ropa al segundo local y poder continuar la operación, limitando el uso de la máquina de PERC. Pero, de acuerdo con lo que se ha mencionado, la declaración es de que el dueño dice que no está dispuesto a hacer el cambio, porque sería muy difícil. Entonces, a mí se me hace difícil poder continuar buscando otras opciones.
Fair enough, and I think that goes to the senator's point as well.
Yeah,
Y eso es lo
that's
mismo
all.
que
And
pienso que el
I
Senado
apologize,
debería.
Ms. Loza, for not pausing.
It's okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. However, I think Mr. Baha has appeared to be the type of person that follows the rules, that understands the rules, and while he may be asking for more than what we're willing to give, I think that if we put a number there, I think he would abide by it. And if he ran out of that amount of poundage that he wants to go beyond, I think he would then switch over to the other option of taking the clothes to the other location. That's my opinion, but that's how I see them presenting themselves, that they would, if we laid that down, we put it in writing, I think he would abide by it.
Que basado en la apelación y la declaración del señor Baja, que siento que ha sido bastante honesto y ha tratado de buscar la manera de reducir el uso, ¿verdad? Y poder tener un control. Yo pienso que, por ejemplo, de buscar la manera de poder cambiar la máquina, pero también de mover la ropa al otro local. Yo siento que el señor Baja ha estado cooperando bastante en el sentido que que si nosotros ponemos una restricción de ciertas libras, ¿verdad? Con el cual se pueda trabajar y después, si es necesario cambiarse, se pone las diferentes opciones, ¿verdad? Por escrito, para que pueda continuar trabajando y poner las opciones el cual pudiera llegar a tratar de cumplir con ellas, ¿verdad? Posiblemente pudiéramos darle opiniones y ponerlo por escrito para poder hacer un seguimiento de si se está cumpliendo.
Any other thoughts? Senator?
Thank you. I can't make the findings based on the testimony that I've heard that Mr. Baha has been honest in saying that what he can do and what he can't do. He's told us that the things that are listed in the findings that's been required, he cannot do. As we review these cases on a case-by-case basis, the deadline that we've established is April in many cases to be compliant with. Each of them come before us and says, we can't meet the April deadline, but when you impose the findings and the conditions, then they accept what we're requiring of them, that they were told us in advance that they cannot do. And my only concern is...
Senator, if I may, please allow me to translate. Thank you. Okay. Entonces, por lo que hemos escuchado del señor Baja, ¿verdad? Es bastante directo y honesto en lo que puede hacer, lo que no se puede hacer, lo que está dispuesto. Hemos mencionado algunos de las regulaciones proponer ciertas restricciones y dice que no lo se puede hacer. Lo que hemos encontrado con muchos otros dueños de negocio, ¿verdad? Que al imponer ciertas restricciones, a algunos vamos a decir que podemos un nivel para abril, ¿verdad? Y muchos de ellos pueden decir, no, no lo puedo aceptar, es muy difícil. Pero ya hacer los cambios, ¿verdad? Hacerle cambios de restricciones o buscar una manera de trabajar juntos, entonces llegan a aceptarlo y decir, sí, así voy a tratar de trabajar con eso.
I sense the reluctance in the part of many to say no, therefore they say yes to the conditions.
Yo miro que hay muchos que rehúsan al decir sí o no, más bien, y después, pero con condiciones, están dispuestos a decir que sí.
On the other side of the coin, I'm a tough enforcement person. And once you agree to what you can do, then the enforcement may take action.
Que entonces, en la otro lado de la moneda, yo trato de enforzar lo que puede hacer. Entonces, una vez que usted dice, sí, voy a hacer, esto sí lo puedo hacer, entonces se está esperando que se cumpla.
If you accept the variance under certain conditions, you should understand you must comply or there will be enforcement.
Entonces, si usted acepta las variantes con ciertas restricciones, entonces tiene que tener en mente que usted tiene que cumplir con esas restricciones. De otra manera, se va a reforzar.
If you have problem with the conditions for which variance is being granted, I suggest that you state what the problems are.
Entonces, si usted tiene algún problema por ciertas de las restricciones de las variantes, entonces yo le sugiero que pues declare y mencione cuáles son las dificultades que estaría enfrentando.
Thank you.
Gracias.
I just wanted, so the first part of what you said, you're not able to make the findings for this matter?
That's right, I'm not.
So given what I'm hearing, would one of the members wish to offer a motion?
Basado en lo que escucho, algunos de los miembros quieren dar hacer una petición.
First, so
I am.
I will
I'm
try
good.
with,
Oh, sorry. So I'm going to make a motion to deny the variance. So
and Ms. Verdugo Peralta, what was your?
I was going to make a motion to create a variance that would have the 800-pound limit that we've had with the others, that all fees be paid, that we give them, because we're almost at the end of January anyway, that we give them to the end of February to acquire some funding and possibly get a purchase order for a machine, for a hydrocarbon machine. And I'm not sure on the time, so I wanted to throw that out there.
Que el primer miembro dijo que no, que él está rechazando la petición. La señora Verdugo Peralta menciona que está dispuesta a ceder la oportunidad de trabajar con 800 libras y dar un periodo, porque ya estamos casi a finales de enero, dar quizás hasta febrero para poder obtener fondos, ¿verdad? Un tipo de fondo o préstamo que le dé la oportunidad de demostrar de que está buscando el cumplimiento de obtener una nueva máquina.
I would not support that motion for the following reason. I think of all the things we've heard as possibilities today, I don't think once we heard Mr. Baha state that he had any time frame that was anywhere closer than 11 months to actually purchase a new machine. So I think
Sí.
that, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yo estoy en desacuerdo con esta opinión, porque en toda la declaración que hemos escuchado, en ningún tiempo dado hemos escuchado que el señor Baja nos haya dado un periodo de tiempo menos de 11 meses para tratar de conseguir y buscar la máquina.
Any other thoughts?
¿Algún otro pensamiento?
Mr. Baha, I'm sorry, but we closed the hearing, so.
Okay, el señor Baja ya se cerró la audiencia, así que es nomás.
Board members, any other thoughts? Any thoughts on what Ms. Verdugo Peralta has outlined? Anyone would be in.
So, I mean, I will hold off making the motion if Ms. Verdugo Peralta wants to make a alternate. My motion is to deny, but if you want to make another substitute, another motion, I will hold off.
I would accept a friendly amendment to the time.
Yo estoy dispuesta a hacer un cambio en el periodo de tiempo.
I'm on the fence because any motion I would see, or any variance I would see, would be along the lines of similar to one that we granted yesterday, where it would just be a short amount of time to hire a driver and move the cleaning. Only
a mí se me hace difícil porque de otorgarlo, porque la única variantes que puedo tener sería un corto periodo de tiempo, y ese corto periodo de tiempo sería para que contrate que es lo que concurrimos ayer en la audiencia, de contratar un conductor para que pueda movilizar la mercancía o la ropa de un lugar a otro.
And I will oppose that only because I think that question was raised and he answered that no, that's not a viable economic option for him. You know, so, and I agree with the senator here, then we are then imposing a condition that he already said he's not going to be able to comply. So that's why I'm hesitant. And that's why I asked about the 800 pounds, asked for, you know, which we ask for everybody if that's some limitation they can live with. So in his case, unfortunately, he needs a longer period of time to become economically viable.
Entonces, la razón que yo estoy en desacuerdo es porque ya se le propuso la idea de las 800 libras y dijo que no podía cumplir, y también que financieramente, para poder conseguir otro conductor, dijo que no. Entonces, por eso yo estoy dudando en cómo, en estar de acuerdo, ¿verdad? Porque lo que se le ha propuesto, ¿verdad? Dice que no pudiera.
Senator.
Each operator to come before us given us the time that they thought they could be in compliance. And this, Mr. Bahar, is not uniquely different from the others that have been granted a variance. Not uniquely different at all. And you set forth some conditions, notwithstanding their opposition in testimony to comply. You set forth those conditions, and then they agreed to them, and you granted. Yes, ma'am, go ahead and interpret.
Que otros operadores o dueños de negocios han venido con nosotros, han venido ante nosotros y nos han dado un periodo de tiempo de lo que ustedes lo que mencionan que pudieran requerir para poder estar en cumplimiento. El señor Baja mencionó su periodo de tiempo. En otras ocasiones, cuando se da el periodo de tiempo razonable, entonces la mesa directiva está de acuerdo. En este caso, ¿verdad? De acuerdo con la declaración, no han podido estar en acuerdo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que se requeriría para que pudieran acordar y llegar a un acuerdo?
Notwithstanding the fact that this operator, Mr. Bahar, is different. In other words, one size don't fit all, and they're uniquely different.
Que teniendo en mente que no todas las operaciones son lo mismo, cada uno tiene sus propias circunstancias, ¿verdad? Y las circunstancias que están ante esta en particular difieren de otras.
My reason for not making the findings is different from, obviously different from my colleagues.
Obviamente, la razón por la cual no encuentro o llego a un acuerdo es diferente de lo que mis colegas están diciendo.
Each cleaning operation that comes before the board has given us an idea when it could be in compliance, but they were out of compliance based on the pandemic.
Que a cada miembro que ha venido ante nosotros, la mesa directiva, nos dice cuál es el periodo de tiempo en el cual pudieron estar en cumplimiento. Pero también en este caso están viendo por qué no han podido estar en cumplimiento de acuerdo por razones de la pandemia.
You stated in testimony that your understanding that AQMD board adopted the 1421 rule.
Usted nos dijo en la declaración que a la mesa directiva del AQMD llegó al cumplimiento de la regla 1421.
Therefore, it is my opinion that we grant you a specified amount of time to comply, that's reasonable, that is, that comply with 1421.
Entonces, es mi opinión que deberíamos de otorgarle el periodo de tiempo para poder llegar a cumplir con la regla 1421 con un periodo de tiempo que sea razonable.
Also, my belief that if you accept the variance under certain conditions and not be in compliance, then you are in real trouble. You break the law.
Entonces, también, en mi opinión, si se llega a un acuerdo de un periodo de tiempo para llegar a cumplir con esa regla, pero después no la cumple, entonces usted se metería en grandes problemas.
In closing, my final statement is that I take the position that we give each applicant a reasonable amount of time to comply based on their perception, and ask the board, AQMD board of directors, to modify the 1421 to grant a range where this board can have an open discussion with operators like you.
Entonces, mi pensamiento final sería de que se le otorgue a cada negocio la oportunidad, un tiempo razonable para llegar a estar en cumplimiento, aplicando las reglas, ¿verdad? Y darle el tiempo razonable para cumplir con la ley 1421 o las regulaciones del 1421, y que la mesa directiva tiene el deber de poderle otorgar tanto la petición, pero el tiempo razonable, pero también las reglas, y que tiene que llegar a estar en cumplimiento.
Comprende?
Okay, at this point, board members, anyone else wish to jump in? Sorry, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
So what I'm hearing is if I change that one item from the end of February to the end of January to locate a driver, I would have more support for that motion.
Por lo que yo entiendo, si cambiara el primer artículo de al final de febrero, al final de enero, para conseguir un conductor, entonces estarían de acuerdo conmigo para esa petición.
Not for me, because I don't think he raised that as an issue that, because he had drivers, he has, because they were picking up and delivering clothes. And so I think he laid them off, but because the business went down, maybe he has one doing it now because of the limited business. So it's not a question. He didn't raise that as an issue as far as, that's why he needs time for. That was not, so we're imposing something that he did not question or did not bring up as a limiting factor for him to come into compliance with the rule.
He did bring it up.
Okay, no, eso no sería el asunto porque eso no fue cuestionado, porque aunque descansó a varios de los conductores, tiene un conductor que puede llevar y traer los artículos a este momento. Entonces eso no fue la cuestión, ¿verdad? Que salió a la luz en la declaración. El si tiene, el tener alguien que pueda llevar los artículos o la mercancía de un lugar a otro.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I did hear that he was doing it and or members of his family were doing it. I don't know whether that was translated into English. I heard it definitely in Spanish. So that may have just been left off. But I did hear that he was doing it and that members of his family were doing it. And whether that was going to take other people other than he as the operator of the business, that I did ask that and that wasn't determined. But I would assume so.
Just to clarify, as the interpreter, that portion, when he mentioned the family, he was doing it and the family members, because the family members are also workers. Right. They work as a family in the business.
Right.
So it's not, he wasn't saying that I get random people from my family, but it's like they all work together as a family, right, as part of the business.
Yes, that's how I understood it.
Dr. Bernstein.
One comment. Seems to me that there are dry cleaning is already being transported from one facility to the other. So all the elements to complete and continue to do that are in place. As far as I'm concerned, I don't really understand what we're granting a variance for to do what. So I can't support the motion by my esteemed colleague, Ms. Verdugo. I don't see, matter of fact, I don't see the necessity for a variance. Through curtailment, in lieu of a variance, he can continue to enact his business and also be compliant at the same time by not using the perk machine. So.
Okay, en realidad yo al momento no miro la razón para dar otorgar el variante que se está haciendo la petición. La idea es de que ahorita se está transportando, se está llevando a cabo por medio de transportar la ropa a otro local, tienen conductor que se está haciendo, entonces no mira la razón para otorgar la petición cuando eso se está cumpliendo esa parte de que se está pidiendo. Lo único que se está pidiendo ahorita es que no se use la máquina de perk cuando tiene otro local donde puede usarse una que es de no perk. Y eso se puede hacer por medio de la transportación que se está llevando a cabo ahorita.
I just want to say I agree with Dr. Bernstein, and I also applaud the efforts of Ms. Verdugo Peralta. I think what happens is that because this is such a hard topic, this board does try to do what it can. However, I think Dr. Bernstein, for me, brought me back to, for a variance, this is not the case of other dry cleaners where they would be completely out of business. They're able to curtail and stay in business and comply.
En este caso, ¿verdad? Al tratar de llegar a un acuerdo a otorgar la apelación de la variante, es el hecho de que es muy diferente de otros negocios, ¿verdad? Porque tiene la opción de transportar y de llevar a cabo su negocio, seguir operando con el otro local, ¿verdad? Y seguir buscando cómo incrementar su negocio en comparación de otros negocios, que es lo único que tienen y que bajo las circunstancias están teniendo que tomar la decisión de cerrar el negocio. Entonces, en este caso, yo no miro la necesidad de otorgar el variante que a la cual se está haciendo la petición, porque tiene otras formas y maneras de seguir operando el negocio.
Thank you.
Y mantenerse en cumplimiento.
Senator, you had something else to say, and then.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly believe in the Equal Protection Clause. I strongly believe in equality. Just yesterday, if I were going to vote for these in the future, this one, I would vote for this motion. Just yesterday, we approved a variance on the same conditions that are being offered to you now. And the day before, moving, cleaning from one location to another and set a time frame on that. And you're not doing that now. It troubles me, really troubles me.
I'm just sharing my screen while you speak.
Okay.
You can put on the screen, you show it.
En realidad, lo que pasa es que estoy en desacuerdo porque precisamente ayer, por circunstancias parecidas, se aprobó el variante, dando un periodo de tiempo para poder hacer el cambio y permitiendo que la ropa se transporte de un local a otro para poder hacer el trabajo con una máquina que sea de no perk. Entonces, precisamente ayer se dio la autorización, pero dando un periodo de tiempo razonable, permitiendo el transporte.
I can't see you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you all see what I have? Can you all see the 6 findings?
Yes.
No, I know, but may you see me and you put the 6 findings up after I finish. I want to see the lady when she talked to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
You don't like looking at me.
No, I do. I could see you. I could see you. I do like looking at you.
Oh, it's clear to me that if you approve the same conditions yesterday and the day before for transporting, and not today, that's not being completely or totally fair. Okay. And I suggest that those who are going the other way should view yesterday what they did compared to what they're not going to do today. As I said to you, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
En mi opinión, siento que no está siendo fácil. Yo soy participante de la equidad y ecuanimidad, entonces yo siento que basado en las decisiones que se tomaron ayer, ¿verdad? Las decisiones de hoy no están siendo bastante justos, porque si debería haber una revisión, porque si se otorgan a uno, deberían irse a otorgar a los otros.
Okay.
Very just simply put, that my position is that we have to amend the rule, and not doing that, I'm not supporting any variance. And I just want you to know, otherwise I'll vote for you.
Ok, de otra manera, entonces, que deberían de haber un cambio razonable a la regla, o una enmienda razonable, y de otra manera yo no soporto.
Like yesterday.
Yo no apoyo, perdón.
Okay.
El variante.
Okay, now you said it 3 times. I just wanted to respond. Okay. First of all, we can't amend a rule. And I know you're trying to send a message to the governing board. It takes a lot longer to amend a rule. However, we can't. That's way beyond our jurisdiction. I'll let that be translated.
Ok, entonces yo sé que lo que usted está haciendo es pidiendo que se haga una enmienda a la regla. Yo entiendo lo que me dice y eso se tiene que transmitir a la mesa directiva. Nosotros no podemos hacer esa enmienda porque es un proceso largo y diferente para poder hacer un cambio a la enmienda.
Second of all, I want to be clear that we try extremely hard. We put a lot of effort into being consistent in every case.
Y nosotros tratamos a lo mejor posible y tratamos de una manera fuerte y eficiente de tratar de mantener al pie de la letra en las decisiones.
But every case is different and we have to go according to the evidence in each individual case.
Pero cada caso es diferente y tenemos que apegarnos o revisar las reglas de acuerdo con cada caso individual.
In this matter, the petitioner said that in the month of December, their throughput and their cleaning was 500 pounds per week when they were using their perk machine.
Ahora, en este caso, la compañía menciona de que su negocio puso en diciembre 500 libras por semana.
When asked how many pounds a week in January they were transporting and curtailing operations, the answer was about 500 pounds a week.
Y cuando se le preguntó cuántas libras en enero estaban transportando para tratar de evitar el uso de la máquina, dijo que como 500 libras por semana.
Based on those facts, the finding number 4, with regard to the applicant for the variance given consideration to curtailing operations at the source in lieu of obtaining the variance, I believe I cannot make that finding because in this case, it's been shown that they can curtail operations.
Entonces, en este caso, teniendo en mente la regla número 4 que menciona que si el aplicante está tratando de llegar a la resolución de las variantes y tratando de cortar el uso de las operaciones, ¿verdad? Para poder obtener la petición de la variante, entonces no se puede debido al uso que se le está dando.
So I just wanted to point out that, again, we do go on case-by-case basis, but every case presents different evidence.
Entonces, como una vez más le menciono, tratamos de repasar caso por caso y cada caso tiene sus variantes dependiendo del uso.
So I want to clarify and ask a question at the same time. Let's say we don't grant the variance. They are out of compliance now. If they use the perk machine now, they will have to pay the emissions, excess emissions. Will they have to pay them starting? When do they have to start paying those emissions? Only if we granted a variance?
Yeah, and stop and let Ms. Loza.
Ok, entonces, por lo que yo entiendo, es de que si nosotros no otorgamos la apelación del variante y permitimos que continúe usando la máquina de PERC, entonces tiene que pagar el exceso de emisiones, ¿verdad? o tiene que esperar que nosotros le otorguemos la variante, autorizarlo para usarlo y pagar el exceso. Go ahead, ma'am.
Therefore, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Entonces, con eso yo retiro mi pedimento.
Senator? You are on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Barr stated that he viewed the procedure yesterday, and he's a smart man, and he's listening to how it applies to him today. And I'm sure he can see that the similar circumstances yesterday compared to today, he's being treated differently.
El señor Baja mencionó que él estuvo observando las peticiones de ayer o la audiencia de ayer y cómo las reglas aplicaron y cómo en este caso hoy día son diferentes para él.
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I have to disagree.
Different. And
Yo estoy en desacuerdo, los dos miembros están en desacuerdo.
We can't be using generalities and comparing like this. And again,
Porque no podemos usar generalizaciones para poder usar comparaciones.
Doesn't make
If I remember correctly, the situation yesterday when the family saw that it was going towards a denial, they interjected after the hearing was closed, went to that, and then came back to reopen and take a time period. So they requested some additional time. So it was a different situation altogether.
Right.
Porque la situación de ayer, si yo estoy en lo que hicieron, que una vez que se finalizó la audiencia y se dieron cuenta que no iba a haber, no se les iba a autorizar, salieron, buscaron información y regresaron a pedir una petición nueva y nos pidiendo un periodo de tiempo razonable.
More than that, there was no process in place yet in that. And again, but that evidence is not before us, and it is so improper to be bringing up matters that are not before this board today and comparing them without bringing in the entire record. It's improper, and I have to stop us there. It just makes this board look like we're not doing a good job, and we are.
One size does not fit all.
Una vez más, no podemos traer evidencia resultante de un caso que estuvo ayer, porque no tenemos la evidencia enfrente de nosotros como para poderla revisar y ponerla en comparación. Entonces, no podemos utilizar algo que no tenemos para poder, como una revisión y para ver una comparación. Entonces, yo estoy en realidad en contra de eso. Eso no es justo y no se puede hacer.
I'm a stickler for treating people equally.
Okay, and so are we. Thank you.
Well, I hope so.
Mr. Balagopalan, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I will. It's not an easy motion to make, but I feel like no choice but to go this route.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, I'll go ahead and make the motion. So in the matter of Occidental Cleaners case number 6192-1, I move we deny the requested regular variance.
Okay, de acuerdo con en lo que tiene que ver con el caso de Occidental Cleaning, el caso 619-1, yo estoy estoy negando la petición.
For failure of the board to find that it was beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner.
Debido a que a la mesa directiva de audiencias no llegan a la conclusión de que hubo suficiente información, evidencia para poder llegar a una conclusión.
I'm going to see if there's a second, but I would not be able to make the findings for a different reason, and that would be, as Dr. Bernstein had stated it, as in other matters where I've also voted this way, it's that there is an option for curtailment instead of a variance. A variance would be unnecessary.
Y en mi opinión, como director, es el hecho de que la razón que se niega, lo niego, es porque tiene una opción, tiene una segunda opción para poder llegar a variar el uso de la máquina en vez de pedir una variante y autorizarle el uso de la máquina.
Solely on
Sorry, Jules, we didn't hear you. You kind of faded out for a sec.
Yes.
that last part. Was your motion, Mr. Balagopalan, based solely on beyond reasonable control?
Yes, I think the curtailment, I mean, if he has curtailed operation, I mean, he's done that right now. And so he
Right.
wouldn't need a variance. So I don't.
Correct.
Señor, según el señor Balagopalan, dice, ya está usted llevando a cabo un cambio para evitar el uso de la máquina, entonces ya está básicamente usándolo, entonces no requeriría la variante de la petición.
But I'm willing to amend mine if you think that, if you want to add additional language.
You could amend it. I would.
Pero si ahí tiene que haber una amenda, entonces estamos dispuestos a hacerlo en el cambio, pero
because I do have an issue. I do think that they reasonably attempted to comply.
Porque yo estoy de acuerdo que razonablemente ellos trataron de cumplir con las reglas.
I think, though, that as Dr. Bernstein and Ms. Verdugo-Peralta had pointed out at various times, they are fortunate in that they had the foresight to have a compliant operation and the ability to bring their cleaning over there.
Sí, y como el señor Bernstein y la señora Verdugo mencionaron, es que ustedes son bastante afortunados por el hecho de que pueden tener la oportunidad de traer su ropa de la limpiaduría a otro sitio para poder seguir operando sin el uso de esta máquina. Okay.
Dr. Shuffling paper.
You're cutting off.
Okay. Would you wish to amend your motion to not be able to make the finding of curtailment?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
In addition, I'll make the finding that they are, and I'm having difficulty here though, that they can curtail, but the operation by sending the dry cleaning elsewhere. So they, I'm trying to see the right word to put it in, because maybe you should help me, Ms. Pruzak, what should I say? Because they have given consideration to curtailing operation, and they're curtailing right now. So they have an option to curtail the operation, basically.
Básicamente tienen la opción, lo cual está procurando cómo someterlo en la información de que ustedes tienen una opción y la están usando, ¿verdad? De poder recortar el uso de esta máquina por medio de transferir la operación a otro local. Entonces tienen esa opción la cual están usando. Entonces tienen que poner todo en el formato para que ellos puedan mirar cuál es la razón de su decisión.
So in other words, that they can in fact curtail operations as they have been doing in lieu of obtaining a variance, and it's for that.
Right. Yeah. However, that's not their choice.
De que tienen ahorita ustedes están pues básicamente haciendo un cambio a la manera de operaciones por medio de transferir la ropa, están cortando el uso de esta máquina por medio de transferirla, y con eso es suficiente para mantenerlos al flote, en vez de tener que darles una autorización o la variante para que sigan usando la máquina.
And perhaps, I mean, I see your difficulty in wrapping your head around that finding, and you can say that it is that they are not currently in violation, and it is not beyond their reasonable control to be in violation because they can curtail. And so it's for that reason that you cannot make the findings. Does that make more sense?
Yes, that does. Thank you.
Y el hecho de que, no, o sea, esto es para el miembro de la mesa directiva, ¿verdad? De que no están tomando esa decisión, no es porque no puedan hacer el recorte, sino que ya lo están haciendo y poder hacer el cambio, sino que más bien el por qué no pueden darle la variante y continuar usando la máquina. O sea que cómo evitar que la tengan que estar usando porque ya están haciendo su cambio por medio de transferir la ropa.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Dr. Bernstein has seconded the motion. Is there a discussion on the motion?
Call the question.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, how do you vote?
No.
I vote yes. Senator Holden, how do you vote?
No, abstain. I'm not voting on anything. I abstain.
Abstain. Okay. Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Balagopalan, you vote?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1 with one abstention of Senator Holden.
Sí, la petición se pasa 3-1
and
con la excepción del señor Holden.
And for Mr. Baja, I want to, I know there was a lot of things said that were not necessarily related to the matter that you came to request today.
Entonces, señor Baja, nomás le quiero mencionar que hay muchas cosas que se mencionaron o se dijeron aquí que no están relacionados con la razón por la cual usted estuvo aquí presente hoy.
And it took a long time for the board to deliberate, and that's because we think your business is very important, and the continuation of your business is very important. And so we wanted to consider all the factors and all the evidence today.
Entonces, tomó mucho tiempo para las deliberaciones y porque queríamos cerciorarnos de tomar todos los factores en cuenta, todo lo que está en cuestión, ¿verdad? Los asuntos que se mencionen uno por uno para poder tomar esa decisión.
The decision of the board today has no bearing upon what a good business you are running in terms of your attempts to be in compliance up till this point.
Sí, la decisión de la mesa directiva no tiene nada que ver con el cómo usted es un buen operador de negocios, ¿verdad? Cómo está en cumplimiento con las regulaciones de negocio, ¿verdad? Y cómo el bienestar de ese negocio.
It's simply, go ahead.
And I wanted to add what Ms. Sue said at the very end, that that Mr. Baha is aware of, that he should just be disconnecting all utilities and stop using the machine, drain the solvents, and get rid of the perk machine essentially.
Y quiero nomás mencionar lo que mencionó el otro miembro de que básicamente el señor Baja debería de desconectar la máquina, sacarle todos los líquidos y solventes y poder disponer de ellos de una manera apropiada.
And we wish you luck in continuing on. It sounds to the board, as a majority of the board, as though you have good options to continue your business, and we wish you luck into the future. Senator, you wanted to say something before?
Le deseamos buena suerte y sabemos que de acuerdo con la información de la mesa directiva, usted puede continuar su negocio puede continuar con, en operación, tratando de hacer lo mejor posible bajo las circunstancias y le deseamos muy buena suerte, ¿verdad? Que todo le resulte bien y en un futuro, ¿verdad? Que todo se llegue a una buena resolución.
I applaud you for, are you finished, Mr.?
Am I?
Am I Nate?
Yes.
I applaud you for serving your community and providing job opportunities for those who would otherwise be unemployed. Expanding your business to the extent where you're giving consideration to the need for your community. That's what we do in this country. And I applaud you for that. I will not support, and I think it's asinine for anybody to ask you to disconnect your utilities for that location. If you're in violation, you'll be notified that you are. But to go to that extent troubles me. About the motive. Go ahead and tell them.
Okay, le damos las gracias por servir a su comunidad, hablando con el presidente de la mesa directiva de audiencias. Entonces, por proveer trabajos, le estamos dando las gracias también por a usted, señor, por proveer trabajos y servir a la comunidad. Y a lo que le dejamos saber es de que se le ha pedido que desconecte, ¿verdad? Y apropiadamente disponga de la máquina, ¿verdad? De acuerdo con el señor, es que tiene, no necesariamente, sino que espera que le den una infracción.
I only hope that this virus, I'm sorry, ma'am. I only hope that this virus will disappear soon so you can be in full operation again. Take care of your business affairs, and your family.
Trate de atender sus problemas, los problemas del negocio, de su familia, y trate de llegar a estar en cumplimiento lo más pronto posible.
Keep your chin up.
Sorry?
Yo quería ayudarte más, me da pena. Y buena suerte a ustedes y tu familia.
I wanted to be able to help you in a better way, but good luck to you and your family.
And I want to just be clear before we adjourn that this hearing board is charged with helping to uphold the important rules and regulations of the district. And we are charged with a very difficult task of having to weigh and balance harm to facilities for having to comply and harm to our communities for non-compliance. And we do it to the best of our ability.
Tengo que dejar saber de que a esta entidad se le traen cargos por tratar de cumplir y hacer cumplir las normas, regulaciones que tratamos de que si se nos traen cargos por ignorar el hecho de que tiene que haber regulaciones que pudieran ser dañinos a la comunidad, al ambiente. Entonces tenemos que mantener eso en altas normas, ¿verdad? Porque es para el bienestar de la comunidad.
And we as board members may disagree in weighing those harms to facilities versus communities, and we may differ on that. However, to call one side asinine, I think goes a bit too far.
May I add,
Entonces,
sorry.
puede que los miembros estemos en desacuerdo, pero el poder llamarle nombres a uno de los miembros, ¿verdad? Por estar en desacuerdo no es apropiado.
If I can just add that in the September 4, 2020 letter that was sent to all dry cleaning machine owners, there was specific language saying that all PERC machine within South Coast must be removed from service by physically removing the machine or by disconnecting utilities. So what Ms. Sue said is what is it's in
Excuse
the
the interpreter, can I
notice that
have
was
the
sent
date?
to all group members. Oh, sorry,
Excuse the interpreter, can I have the date again? September of
September
what year?
4th, 2020.
Thank you. En una carta que llegó, una notificación que les llegó a todos los dueños de las limpiadurías que son dueños de máquinas, de operaciones de máquinas de PERT, fechado el 4 de septiembre de 2020, donde se mencionaba que cualquier operador de esa máquina tiene que desconectar y remover ese equipo del recinto de donde se esté usando.
And thank you all. I'm gonna adjourn because there's too much.
So we have questions. Can we ask?
Well, the hearing is over.
Porque la audiencia ya se finalizó, ya se ha terminado, vamos a salir porque se está alargando más de lo requerido.
So questions, the decision is the decision, but
La decisión es la decisión, ya se tomó.
There's no appeal process for the decision.
no, we have a rule for reconsideration, but reconsideration can only occur if there's new evidence that wasn't available before the hearing. But as Ms. Sue had said, for closing, if down the road in a little while you find that you're still having hardship and you feel you want to petition, you can always repetition. However,
no se puede apelar la decisión, pero se puede reconsiderar si más después en los días por venir haya alguna nueva información que se pueda reconsiderar, puede someterla.
Yeah, how can that be pursued? How can we submit new evidence or request what you just said?
Or
Reconsideration based on new evidence?
it would have to be new evidence that was not available at the time of this hearing.
Right, yeah, because
nueva evidencia que no estaba disponible en esta audiencia.
Yeah, what's happening is that, we understand this process, right? And now this, gives us a place to now talk, right? My uncle and as business owners as to what the future of the business is. So based on their decision and based on things that were mentioned in this conversation, like one of the two options that you, Ms. Prusek, mentioned, maybe something that now the owners have to speak about, which is moving the machine. However, given that this time, that wasn't what we would have liked. So now that this process is over, we really have to consider, because this isn't a matter of that we have two businesses and that we're only going to lose one. The real risk is that we have two businesses and we might lose two of them. So there is no option for us to really bet on, recovering and not have a machine in our main business, because customers are going to see that the machine isn't there. So they're going to move away. And what we're going to end up with is one first business without clientele, and the second business, yeah, we have the machine, but we can't pay the debt. So that's why I was asking.
Let me stop you there because we are out of the hearing, but let me like to pull up the rule if I can on rehearing. So give me a moment. It's hard to work from home sometimes. Okay, let's see.
Question, Madam Chair, if they did move the machine, would they all also be under the new source review rule?
They would have to get a re-permit.
Yes, it'll be, but that shouldn't be an issue as far as the new source review.
Just a new permit.
Since we're all speaking, the appeal is to this board and they've heard your case. Yes, you can appeal, but to us.
Okay, I'm going to read the rule. So, okay.
Va a dar la regulación, va a leer la regulación su sobrino, que la lea y después se la explique a usted. ¿Está bien?
You already heard the case.
Porque el caso ya se cerró ahorita, entonces nomás se tiene que reconsiderar, él va a hablar con ustedes y saber qué es lo que se tiene que hacer.
Please only speak if you're actually reading the rules. Okay, Okay. The request for rehearing, it is our rule 8H. So if you want to review it, you go onto the hearing board website at aqmd.gov, and under the About tab, you find the hearing board and you find our rules and procedures. These are the hearing board rules. So it is our 8H. Request for a rehearing. The hearing board may rehear a decision if a party petitions for a rehearing no later than 10 days after a copy of the decision has been mailed to or served on the party, but you can do it before then. A request for a rehearing must be in writing, must be served on the opposing party, which would be the district, and must state the reasons and grounds for a rehearing. A request for rehearing shall be based on new evidence, meaning evidence that did not exist or was not otherwise available to be considered at the time of the initial hearing. A petition for a rehearing shall be heard as soon as possible after the required notice period, because we'd have to renotice that as well. So it's a question, but I think it's a good one that you raised, that was not an option that you had considered. So if you want to reconsider that and try and petition the board, we can determine at that time whether that's new evidence that was not available at the time, and consider whether to rehear it.
Yeah, because that's not something that was considered. It's actually something that you helped us understand that it could be possible. But you know, that month that Ms. Verdugo Peralta was offering, that would have been helpful to be able to figure out how to move it, because we're not gonna survive two businesses like this. So that's what I feel is unfortunate. But I do appreciate the information and of course your time.
And as I said, if you want to try and petition and request that of the board, that would be something that the board would entertain and determine whether we could rehear it based on that. We would have to, again, renotice it. So if you want to get that request in, try to do that as quickly as you can.
So that's
¿Quiere mandar una petición para poderle dar tiempo de mover la máquina? Como la señorita Verdugo Peralta había mencionado, como a febrero, para que puedan hacer un cambio, ¿verdad? Una vez que ya abren como miembros de dueños, entonces a su sobrino le puede ayudar a someter una petición para una nueva audiencia, dejando saber cómo, si ya se está haciendo el cambio.
But for the time being, yeah, there's nothing that can help us, right? Because that might be that next hearing might be until 30 days, or is it faster?
It's a 10-day, I believe, public notice, but I'm not 100% sure. But it will take a little while. But try to get that in as quickly as possible. But at this point, we can't rehear it. But I appreciate that. Board, so hopefully we'll, if you want to petition for rehearing, we'll hear that soon. We'll see that soon. And in the meantime, for today, we will be adjourned.
Por ahora ya hemos terminado. Si va a haber una petición, entonces trabajen. Entonces pronto después del periodo de espera para el público, se le mandaría el tiempo de la audiencia.
Unless, this is so unorthodox, but board members, we have an effective decision and the matter is closed. But if a majority of the board wanted to reopen it to reconsider that request.
Entonces, a menos que, aunque esto no es la norma, si los miembros de la mesa que están presentes están dispuestos a reabrirlo para considerar lo que se acaba de mencionar, quizá el periodo de tiempo para hacer los cambios.
It's hard to say that because
1, 2, 3.
Well, as I say that, though, I realize, though, that part of the reason why we denied in the first place was simply because in the meantime, while we're waiting, well, I don't.
However, Madam Chair, I think the step that we're missing and that the procedure doesn't allow is that I don't think a lot of the petitioners or respondents, I know I've got that wrong, petitioners, when we offer something, I don't think they understand this is the last offer. Because we don't say that. We are offering this. We can't go any further than this. And therefore, you're only going to have a choice of this, whatever it is. And I think if they knew that, they would say yay or nay. When we're just kind of asking questions, it's kind of a lot more, well, this is the information that they have in front of us. I don't think a lot of them realize, because they haven't watched the previous hearings, that we're very adamant about what our what we're accepting, what we've accepted so far.
As you know, I have an issue with the going back and forth. We don't.
I know that.
However, I see this as a bit different as it was presented by Mr. Delgadillo, is that it is true that I did present an option I don't think anyone thought of. And perhaps when they need some time to think about whether that's a viable option for them to come to compliance in a quicker time frame. And so for that reason, I might reopen consideration for that and see if we can, but I see a majority.
La decisión se tomó, entonces estaba tratando de considerar si podía reabrirse a un nuevo, alguna nueva opción. El asunto es de que muchos de los aplicantes, ¿verdad? No entienden, es de que una vez que se hace la consideración, eso es todo, ¿verdad? Entonces, ahorita está tratando de quebrantar la ley porque ya terminamos, sino que lo que estamos haciendo ahorita es adicional, de que posiblemente lo único que se va a poder hacer ahorita es hablar del asunto y volver a hacer una petición de para ver qué otras opciones tiene para un seguimiento. Ellos le dieron las opciones. Si usted dice que no, entonces no tiene otras opciones. Pero si usted está pensando en otras opciones, lo cual debería de haberlo dicho antes, entonces ahorita va a tener que abrir una petición para una audiencia, ¿verdad? Y decir cuáles son sus opciones.
The other point I wanted to make was that the big picture to me is bringing them into compliance. What is the soonest that we can bring them into compliance? And if we can do it.
Entonces, la idea principal es qué van a hacer ustedes para poder cumplir con la nueva regla. ¿Qué tan rápido, qué tan pronto pueden hacer? ¿Qué van a hacer? ¿Qué opciones van a tomar o qué acción van a tomar para poder cumplir con la nueva regla? ¿Qué tan sencillo como eso? Entonces, traerlo a la atención de la mesa directiva, una vez más, dejarles saber.
Occidental Cleaners is in compliance right now.
That is correct.
I don't really understand this is disconcerting to me, going back and forth. We made a decision based on the facts of the testimony. I don't understand what we're doing now.
You're right. It's outside of our rules, and I'm going to withdraw it. And if the petitioner wants rehearing, they have to follow our rules and request a rehearing. However, I don't think that we would be able to find that the facts were not before or not available to us at the time. Senator, we'll take one more thing, but
They're not in compliance. The Rule 1421.
Yes, they are.
Machine at that location.
No, that's not what 1420.
They are in compliance because they're not using the perk machine.
It requires non-use of perk machine.
It's not being used.
I thought he said it was.
No, currently they're not using it. They're transporting that clothing to another facility.
Because you put it in.
Por lo que tenemos ahorita está en cumplimiento porque no está usando la máquina de perk. Si la usa está fuera de cumplimiento, pero si no la está usando, entonces es lo que quieren, lo que están tratando. Pero la cosa es de que la nueva evidencia que usted traiga tiene que ver con información que no se tuvo a la mano en esta audiencia, que haya algo que se haya pasado por alto y de que no se tuvo a la mano para poder tomar una determinación.
He never said he discontinued using that machine.
Yes, he
Never
Y nunca, usted nunca
No,
mencionó que usted
did.
descontinuó de usar la máquina.
did.
No ha dicho que no la está usando.
Yes, he did, which we applauded and we appreciated as a hearing board. And
Y
I'm
lo cual mencionó y dijimos que sí.
I have to say that more time, that's still an option. It's still an option whether we grant them. I don't want to backtrack and allow for perk, but more than that, we can't go around our rules. Thank you, Dr. Bernstein, for bringing me back to my senses. And that's
No
why
podemos cambiar las reglas, ¿verdad? Y no puedo ir más allá de las reglas en cuanto al uso de esta máquina.
And that's,
Entonces,
once the hearing is closed, we don't open up for more discussion. So I'm going to stop discussion.
una vez que se cierra la audiencia, ya no debería haber más discusión sobre el asunto.
And I'm going to, again, just refer petitioner if they wish to try to petition for rehearing to our Rule 8H.
Sí, lo único que le puedo decir que si darle la oportunidad que habrá una nueva petición de la regla 811 H y no, su sobrino sabe qué tiene que hacer.
And with that, I will have to say we are adjourned.
Y con eso ya hemos terminado.
And
Se
thank you.
cierra la sesión.
And thank you, board.
Gracias.
Thank you for at least considering that, Julie.
I really wanted to. I know we all do. This is a very difficult set of matters we continue to hear.
But I do agree with Dr. Bernstein and the rule of the meeting, and we voted on it. I understand that.
Yes.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question with regards to, is there any way, or how do we go about when we have a petitioner come in who has really no experience being in a court-like situation? We do have facility at the district to be able to clarify exactly the process, right? I know it's posted on the website, but is there anyone at the district that can sort of inform these people who have no experience whatsoever doing something like this going forward as to what, like you said, what is determined here is now law. What we decide here, they are obligated to follow, that kind of thing. Because I don't know, it just seems that maybe people are not as informed as they should be. And I'm not blaming, there's no blame here. I'm just asking, is there a way to better prepare them for understanding what exactly is going on here?
There is a video on the website that shows a variance proceeding and what the process is. And so if they ask,
Ms. Loza, the hearing's over, so this is just a discussion of general.
Right. That's why I raised my hand. I want to know. I mean, if there's any of that you needed me to translate, did he leave?
No. No, ma'am.
Service and for your excellent.
I think he's gone, right?
No, they're there.
No, they're still
I don't.
He came back.
But he understands the network.
Yeah, just
understanding.
let me know what you need me to translate and what not, because I know a lot of it is personal.
So we're done.
We're done.
So you can excuse yourself and have a wonderful weekend, and thanks for a terrific job. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. You have a great day. Señor,
Take care.
Señor Baja?
And Dr. Bernstein, it's very difficult. I do.
Señor Baja?
She wants to make a closing to Mr. Baha.
Just want to let him know that he's free to go.
He's gone.
No,
Okay.
he's here.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Señor Baja?
Sí,
Oh,
Ok, nomás queremos dejarles saber de que la audiencia ya se terminó, ya pueden desligarse de la línea, ya pueden colgar.
está muy bien.
No puedo colgar hasta que ustedes salgan, así que salgan para que yo pueda salir.
I think he got frozen. Yeah, they're gone.
So, is he gone?
Yes, they're gone.
Okay, because I told him I couldn't release until he's gone because
Fine.
I was confused. So, okay, so I'm free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loza.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
And to answer Dr. Bernstein, there is a small business assistance group that helps the businesses, especially small businesses. So they do advise them. I think many of them have been working with the small business group in filing the petition for the variance. So I'm,
Okay, that's great. I just want to make sure because, like we said, it seems, I'm sure it would be very confusing for me if I was a small business owner coming into something like this, unless I had options to prepare. Obviously, there are. So
Right.
I try,
that's
I
wonderful.
try at the beginning of each hearing to try to say what the process is and who we are and
Right.
so things, but there's so much that I have to say for every single one of these hearings that I might miss some, or they might not take it all in. But I am doing especially when there's an interview.
When they're filling out the petition, is there a page or something that is telling them about the small business assistance and that we even have interpreters for other languages? Because there should be at least a page.
Can I also ask a question, Paul? You can cut off the streaming, right? The hearing is over. We can cut that off now, right?
If you would
Yes,
so,
turn it off,
so
Paul.
say, yes, I can cut the webcasting.
I mean, if it's okay with the chair.
Please. And also, I'm going to have to go soon because I have eaten and I have a 4 o'clock pre-hearing.
Yeah, I can do that now if it's the pleasure of the chair and the vice chair. Yes. Shall I do that?
Julie, do we need to schedule a general meeting for this conversation though, or is this something?
Good
Right.
idea.
That's it. Yeah.
Can't hear you, Julie.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. This is a general meeting conversation, but I know that Dr. Bergstein was just concerned in the first place. It's so much easier when we're at the district.
Yep.
You know, who we are and where we are. And